Blessed good afternoon, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Today in our time of reflection, I'd like for us to reflect on the thought, never lose the common touch. One of the most important things as a leader you and I can do is to never lose the common touch. Oftentimes, when people ascend to high offices or positions of leadership and authority, they tend to lose the common touch. The common touch is the ability to get on with or appeal to ordinary people. The common touch means being approachable, down to earth, and understanding the feelings and experiences of others regardless of their social status or background. It's important for leaders to never lose the common touch because it's the common touch that keeps you reachable, relevant, relatable, and relational. I'm reminded of a brief passage of scripture found in the book of Matthew chapter 9, verses 9 to 12, where Jesus demonstrated and exhibited this powerful leadership quality during his sojourn on the earth. And it reads, "And as Jesus passed forth from thence, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the receipt of custom. And he said unto him, Follow me. And he arose and followed him. And it came to pass that Jesus sat and meat in Matthew's house. And behold, many publicans and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to his disciples, Why eateth your master with publicans and sinners? They ask, Why is he eating with the common and the ordinary people? But Jesus said, They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick. In this passage of scripture, Jesus made it very clear that leadership is never about losing the common touch. Leadership is about touching people and meeting them at their point of need. In conclusion, I want to encourage each of you, including myself, to never lose the common touch. When you lose the common touch, you lose your connection with people. When you lose your connection with people, you lose your ability to effectively lead them. I leave you with this final thought today. As a leader, the higher you ascend, the lower your reach should be. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for your precious gift of life and for allowing us to assemble here one more time. We don't take for granted, Almighty God, your grace and your mercy. Today, we pause to thank you for your provisions that you constantly make available for us. So today, we lift up our political leaders and we ask, Almighty God, that you would help them to never lose the common touch. Help each of them to remain reachable, relevant, relatable, and relational. Oh Lord, we pray this day that our politicians will always remember the higher they ascend, the lower their reach should be. And so, Father, we humbly ask you today to endow them with strategies and intel to always be there to serve the people to the best of their ability. Father, we pray for this honorable house today, and we ask, Almighty God, for your divine protection and your divine blessings as the people's business is discussed. This is our prayer, for it's in Jesus' name we pray. And all of God's people say, Amen. Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Gilbert Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Boleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Pia Glover Rowe, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Rowe, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller-Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Michael Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith, Darren Pickstock.
Good afternoon, honorable members. We will now revert to the order of business as we conduct the people's business. Communications by the introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. Statement and communication by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I apologize, this is not in written form at the moment, but I think this is the appropriate time to say this. The Foreign Ministry has taken note of a statement by the United States Embassy about immigrant visa entry into the United States. The ministry sought clarification on the matter and is informed that the suspension will not apply to applicants seeking non-immigrant visas or temporary student or business visas. Further, the arrangement between the Bahamas and the United States for travel via police record remains in place. Bahamians should take note that the United States is not our country, and just as we set rules for entry into the Bahamas, they set rules for theirs. In the past, we have worked with the United States on multiple issues, and the results have always been fair and rational. We expect that it will be no different going forward. And I undertake to print this and have it laid at an appropriate time if I might have the leave of the House. Just two further things. Tomorrow we're going to honor Dr. Franklin Walking, the former member for Ackland's Crooked Island and Long Key. And so I want to extend to his family condolences on his passing. He served in this place from 1989 to 1997, and he was a dear friend, a good doctor, and an excellent businessman. And secondly, I had the honor and privilege of hearing from Jordan Clark by text message. He said, "I am alive."
Wow.
And I'm glad for that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Further statement and communication by ministers. Thank you, honorable member. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign seat and new writs. Presentation of petitions. Presentation of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills.
No first reading.
Thank you, honorable member. Second reading of committal bills.
No second reading.
Thank you, honorable member. Committee of the whole House. Third reading and passing of bills.
No third reading and passing.
Thank you, honorable member. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exumers and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to stand once more in this honorable House on behalf of the people of the Exumers and Ragged Island, soon to be the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, who have put their faith in me for 2 consecutive terms to represent their interest in this place. We have done much in our constituency together over the past 9 years, and as I seek the confidence of you, the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, to send me to this House for a 3rd consecutive term, I say plainly that I acknowledge that we still have much to do, much more ground to cover, much more growth to come in our beautiful island. Madam Speaker, I rise today to open debate on a resolution to give effect to the House of Assembly's Division of Boundaries and Redistribution of Seats Order 2026, as laid by the Honorable Prime Minister at the last sitting. This comes on the completion of the work of the Constituency Commission and to the tabling of the boundaries report dated December 29, 2025. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your chairmanship of the Commission and for bringing your usual steadiness and fairness to the work. The Commission, as we are aware, included yourself as chairman, Justice Gregory Hilton as deputy chair, the Honourable Dr. Michael Darwell, MP, and the opposition's deputy leader and the member for St. Barnabas, the Honourable Shannon Don Cartwright, MP, along with myself. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for affording me the opportunity to lead the government's representation on the committee. Madam Speaker, since I have the floor, let me congratulate Justice Hilton on his ascension to the Court of Appeal. The report itself notes his role on the Commission in his capacity as Justice of the Supreme Court, and I think this House can agree that he served with professionalism and care, and I'm sure that the Court of Appeal will benefit from that same discipline. Madam Speaker, contrary to what some may characterize it as, the Constituencies Commission is not a creature of convenience. It is not a political plaything. It is embedded in the Constitution, and it exists for a reason. And our parliamentary democracy depends on representation that is credible, that is understandable to the average voter, and grounded in fairness. The Constitution provides for the distribution of constituencies and sets out the procedure by which boundaries are reviewed and changes are recommended. The order that is now before this House similarly reflects that constitutional basis and confirms that it is made in accordance with Article 70. That is important, Madam Speaker, because we live in an era where some people want to treat democracy like a sporting event and boundaries like the referee. If the game is not going their way, they blame the lines. They blame the register. They blame the election officials. They sometimes even blame the police. They blame the whistle. They blame the umpire. They blame the sun and the rain, and sometimes they even blame the grass. But democracy is not a game. Democracy requires us to maintain a framework where each Bahamian can feel that their vote matters and that their representative's voice has appropriate weight in this House. The Commission exists to help protect that confidence. And Madam Speaker, the Commission's work is guided by the constitutional objectives that speak to effective representation and voter parity, and to considerations like sparsely populated areas, geographic features, natural boundaries, and practicality of elected members maintaining contact with constituents across the territory. That is the heart of it, Madam Speaker. And let me firstly talk a bit about parity. Parity is the practical idea that constituencies should not be so unequal in size that one member represents a small group of voters, whilst another represents a much larger group, thereby creating an imbalance in representation. And we know that we must bear in mind that we have 100,000 square miles. And Madam Speaker, anyone who has served in this House knows that representation is sometimes hard work. And some constituencies have more funerals, more weddings, more graduations, more potholes, more streetlights, more water issues, more schools, and more general issues. So if you seek to balance the load, knowing that some communities in our family islands will not be as connected as others. We could, in theory, create 60 seats to have parity in the House, but we must also be practical, as we are called to be. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to fairness and representation. Fairness means that boundaries should not be drawn in a way that confuses communities, fractures natural connections, or creates constituencies that do not make sense to those who who lived there. And the commission was physically located here, Madam Speaker, supported by the clerk and his team. And I ask you please to give them a round of applause. Work was supported by the Parliamentary Registration Department, which provided the updated register of voters, the summary reports, the registration data, the transfers, the maps for 2021 general election, etc. We thank the Parliamentary Registration Department, Commissioner Thompson, and a special thanks to consultant Mr. Sherlin Hall. I state all of that to say that this is not guesswork. This was evidence-led. Madam Speaker, thirdly, I want to talk about equitable representation, reflective of population. The Commission considered demographics, it considered geography, it considered the most recent census in the context of population shifts. Because we know people move, communities move, new developments come, infrastructure changes, family islands change. We either respond sensibly or we pretend nothing happened, and then we complain that the system is unfair. But, Madam Speaker, the Commission fulfilled its mandate under the Constitution, including the procedure for review and reporting, and it produced a final report that recommends the redistribution of seats. And we all know already that this legislative instrument that gives effect to those recommendations provides that the Bahamas shall be divided into 41 constituencies, 25 in New Providence, 5 in Grand Bahama, and 11 in the other family islands. So the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that there will be 41 seats, and that increases the number of seats in this House by 2. The 2 seats created are St. James in New Providence and Bimini and Berry Islands in the family islands. Bimini and Berry Island will be created by reassigning polling divisions previously attached to West Grand Bahama and Bimini and to North Andros. It is also worth noting, Madam Speaker, that the Commission's report confirmed the total number of polling divisions remain at 500, with movements of polling divisions within constituencies as laid out in the annex to the report. The Commission went to great effort to manage and limit the number of changes to as few as possible. It records that the total number of voters based on the Parliamentary Registration Department's report is 195,594. We expect this number to grow as we approach the elections, Madam Speaker. Now, let me talk a bit about the creation of St. James, because that has attracted much public interest, and because it is a clear example of responding to population growth in a way that improves representation. I'll elaborate for just a minute. The reality is that much of western New Providence and southwest New Providence has seen a population growth over the past few decades. And we've seen significant residential expansion, new communities, and sustained development pressure. That growth is a good thing for the country, but it carries consequences for representation. And over time, constituencies that once made sense in size can become too populous to be fairly represented in the House of Assembly. And we've said many times before that Killarney and Golden Isles comprised of roughly 15,000 voters combined, whereas the average constituency is closer to around 5,000. The constituency summary from the Parliamentary Registration Department shows Killarney with 7,073 voters and Golden Isles with 7,485 voters. That level, Madam Speaker, of concentration in a growing area creates pressure that the Commission is obligated to consider under its parity mandate. And so St. James is carved out of Western New Providence in a way that draws from existing constituencies and moves specific polling divisions to form a new seat. The Commission's changes table shows that St. James is formed by moving certain polling divisions and parcels from Killarney, Golden Isles, Tall Pines, Southern Shores. That is the practical mechanism of this exercise. But, Madam Speaker, beyond the polling divisions, people want to understand what St. James looks like on the ground. And this is why this order lays it out in full detail, street by street. I won't endeavor to read all of those streets and boundaries, Madam Speaker. Suffice to say, it may be found in the order. Now, why the name St. James, Madam Speaker? St. James is named after the historic church in Adelaide Village. We believe it is a good and proper way to anchor our modern growth in the history that made us who we are. The history of St. James Church in Adelaide is bound up in the story of liberated Africans in the Bahamas. After the British Parliament passed anti-slavery legislation in the 1800s, Nassau became one of the places where villages were established away from the town center to accommodate liberated Africans. And Adelaide was one of those settlements. And with the help of the church, societies, and the government, the new church was built in 1850. And Madam Speaker, the church and community endured storms, not just community and political storms. In 1926, a severe hurricane destroyed the church. It was rebuilt in 1948, and over time, improvements continue, even in 2018, when St. James became a self-supporting parish. And that story is not just the story of the church, Madam Speaker. It is a Bahamian story. It is the history of resilience, of community, of education, and of rebuilding after disaster. And it is fitting that as we create a new constituency out of a growing area, we name it in a way that honors a foundational part of our national story. So, Madam Speaker, I want to turn now to the creation of Bimini and Berry Islands constituency, because that too has a clear logic and reflects natural connections. Bimini and Berry Islands together is not a new concept. We previously had that configuration. And there are natural connections between the two, including travel patterns, economic ties, and shared reality, that residents want representation that is not perpetually overshadowed by a larger center. Those who know Bimini understand for years that there's been a feeling amongst residents that being attached to Grand Bahama left them feeling on the lesser side in terms of attention. The creation of a constituency that allows Bimini and Berry Island to have dedicated representation is a sensible response to that reality. And now, Madam Speaker, there are some minor changes. The report, as we've laid previously, talked about the Mangrove Key and South Andros constituency being renamed as Central Mangrove Key and South Andros. Nothing dramatic, just making it a little more inclusive. I turn now to the broader pattern of changes, because the Commission did not only create two constituencies. It also moved polling divisions among existing constituencies to improve balance and coherence, while again keeping the overall number of polling divisions at 500. Grand Bahama, we saw some shifts of 2 polling divisions from central to west, adjustments in Pine Ridge and Marco City, where parts of polling division 15 are moved between them, and the removal of Bimini from West Grand Bahama and the Bimini constituency, with certain polling divisions shifted in connection with the recreation of the Bimini and the Berry Island seat, as we referenced before. North Abaco saw 2 polling divisions, 10 and 11, moved to South Central Abaco, making both constituencies roughly 4,000 voters, whilst many other Family Island constituencies remained unchanged in their polling division composition. That's important, Madam Speaker, because it shows the Commission did not set out to create upheaval everywhere. The Commission set out to fix what needed to be fixed. In the Providence, the annex tables record specific polling divisions, movements amongst constituencies, including movements in Baines and Grantstown, Fort Charlotte, Centerville, St. Barnabas, Freetown, St. Anne's, Garden Hills, Tall Pines, Southern Shores, and the formation of St. James, as I referenced before, directly impacting Golden Isles, Kalani, Tall Pines, and Southern Shores. Again, this is itemized in the Commission's report, and the order provides legal description for the constituency limits. Now, Madam Speaker, let me address a matter that always arises in these type of debates. Many will make political mischief of this resolution. They will attempt to cloud the process, to suggest conspiracy, to suggest manipulation, to suggest that this is about advantage rather than constitutional duty. But to that, I plainly say it is all for naught. The opposition was represented on the commission. Parliament was represented through the Speaker. The judiciary was represented through Justice Hilton. This was not a backroom exercise. It was a constitutional body doing constitutional work, and the report reflects concurrence by all members of the commission. So I expect that this will be an extremely smooth debate this afternoon, Madam Speaker. I want to note for all listening that for those who might be tempted to think that we in the Progressive Liberal Party believe that lines change minds, we do not believe that. We believe that the strength of your arguments, the quality of your ideas, and your record in office will ultimately be what carries you through. And that is what carries you to victory or defeat in the end. If boundaries were magic, Madam Speaker, then some people would never lose. They would simply draw themselves into perpetual power. But it's not how life works. This is not how the Boundaries Commission works, and it's not how voters work. And I also note, Madam Speaker, that the Progressive Liberal Party was responsible for boundaries changes in 2017, and we were virtually wiped out at the polls. But what a difference a few years makes. And that is why I won't be moved today by theatrical claims that boundaries decide elections. Voters decide elections. And Madam Speaker, I anticipate that we will hear much mischief-making, perhaps more complaint from the Leader of the Opposition and from others. And some of those complaints will perhaps be delivered with great passion and perhaps even great imagination and even greater theatrics, Madam Speaker. But I have a simple response. The opposition representative on the commission signed off on the report. The commission's report includes all members' signatures, including that of the member of St. Barnabas. There is no dissenting report. There is no minority report. The report is unanimous. And I am told that the member for Marco City is already saying something about wasted opportunity, Madam Speaker. We note for the record that he was a member of the cabinet in the last administration.
Who you say who?
Marco City.
Marco City? Okay.
He was a member of the cabinet in the last administration. And he served on the last Boundaries Commission, as I did.
Oh, he did? Wow.
And I wonder if he wasted the opportunity to recommend changes then. People cannot sit in the driver's seat for years, never touch the steering wheel, and then complain about the direction that the car is going when they leave. Madam Speaker,
That was a Tesla.
as I prepared these remarks, I could not help but notice the coincidence that we changed boundaries in constituencies where we recently won by elections during this term. We unfortunately lost two of our PLP comrades, the legendary Obadiah Wilchcombe in West, Grand Bahama and Bimini, and the Devon Miller in Golden Isles. And we went on to successfully contest both of those by-elections. That makes the PLP 3-0 on elections over the past 4 years, by the way, Madam Speaker. We won the general election. We won the West Grand Bahama and Bimini elections. We won the Golden Isles elections. And no matter what the boundaries changes are, no matter what the opposition thinks or does, we are confident that this trend is going to continue. And you know, it would have been convenient and easy, as they did, for the commission to do nothing. It would have been easy to take the lazy way out, to leave everything as it was, and to postpone hard decisions to another day. But we learned from the experiences on the ground that some constituencies were too broad, too fractured, too large, or too imbalanced for effective representation. And so, Madam Speaker, the Commission's report itself acknowledges that there was discussions amongst the members of whether the existing number of seats would adequately provide effective representation in the future. It reflects the views of the majority, all of the Commission members, that an increase was needed. And that's why we saw the creation of the 2 seats, Madam Speaker. In Grand Bahama, certain adjustments were made, as I referenced, and in some of the family islands. So we sought to bring rhyme and reason to the process. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity to serve on this commission. His guidance and his counsel were valuable, and I say that because I know people like to pretend that the Prime Minister is only concerned about and consulted about big dramatic matters and not on the detailed work that requires to make the country run. But the truth is, good leadership is also about respecting constitutional processes and ensuring that they are carried out properly. So thank you, Member for Cat Island, Rumpkeese, and Salvador. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the practical message that I leave with voters today, because whatever we do in this chamber must ultimately translate to clarity for the public. The Commission's report and the order describes changes that will affect where some voters are registered. The annex table specifies the movement of polling divisions. The legal descriptions in the order provide the constituency boundaries. Voters should move right away to register if they're eligible and not yet registered. Let me repeat that. Voters should move now to register if they are eligible and not yet registered, or to transfer their registration if they have moved and their addresses changed, or if they are impacted by the changes we're making today with this resolution. No matter who you support, if you want your voice heard, you have to be on the register and you have to show up. And only God and one man know the exact date or hour of the election at this point, Madam Speaker. But I'm watching the signs and I suspect it ain't long as it used to be. So the public is urged to not wait until the last minute. And they should not wait until the campaign music starts. They should get their house now. Madam Speaker, I want to speak briefly about why this matters. We have a habit sometimes of treating elections like a quarrel between parties. And yes, it is a competition, and yes, it is a debate, and yes, it sometimes gets heated. But elections are also how ordinary people settle big questions peacefully. Elections are how we renew mandates. Elections are how we decide together what direction we want. And elections are how we ensure that progress continues. So we cannot afford to have an electoral map that is obviously out of balance with population and the reality is that we face, because that chips away at confidence and it invites cynicism. And this is why Article 70 exists. This is why the Commission exists. But we took this responsibility seriously, all of us on this Commission. And the Commission in the Constitution was structured to mitigate overly partisan concerns. Now, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, let me speak a bit directly to the mood of the country. People are working hard, people are raising children, people are trying to build a better life. They want politics to be serious when it must be serious. And they want politics to be practical. And therefore, I say to them that your voice matters. and your vote is your voice. And your voice is strongest when you register, when you keep your registration updated, and when you show up on election day. A few days ago, we celebrated majority rule. And we celebrated it because we understand how hard our forefathers fought for rights that many of us now take for granted. We do not and must not shirk our responsibility. We wear it as a matter of pride. And the work of the Constituencies Commission was thorough, therefore. It was robust, practical, sensible, and done in accordance with the law and the Constitution. And is supported by the data and the annexes laid before the country. As I said, only one man knows the day and the hour, but we are preparing, Madam Speaker. And I encourage all Bahamians to get actively involved in this process, to take part in your democracy. Again, I repeat for the third time, register to vote, and ensure that you're eligible by transferring your registration if you've moved, and by showing up on election day and having your voice heard. And it is my pleasure, therefore, Madam Speaker, to move this resolution to approve the draft order to be made by Her Excellency the Governor General under Article 77 of the Constitution, in accordance with the recommendations contained in the report laid in this House on the 7th day of January 2026, and that a copy of the draft order approved by this resolution be submitted to Her Excellency the Governor General, who shall make an order pursuant to Article 77 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All in document to lie on the table. Is there a seconder?
Thank
Chair
you.
recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in this honourable House to once again give God thanks and to thank the residents of Tall Pines for this wonderful opportunity to serve. To also second the resolution before us today and to lend my support to this report, which seeks to approve this draft resolution in order to be made by Her Excellency, the Governor General, in accordance with Article 77 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, this resolution follows the work of the appointed Constituencies Commission, which I had the privilege to serve on, and carry out the constitutional duty to review the number of constituencies and boundaries across our archipelago. The work of the Constituencies Commission is a serious constitutional responsibility, one that I took very seriously, and I congratulate all the members of the committee under your leadership as the chair over the discussions and work done to ensure that every Bahamian vote counts. This process required extensive evaluation of data, including voter registration numbers, polling divisions, population trends, and economic development, and much more. Using evidence-based statistical analysis to guide in our deliberation, I am satisfied that the recommendations of the commissions are sound, scientific, and reflect careful consideration and will certainly benefit the Bahamas and voters as we prepare for the next general election. Madam Speaker, one of the key recommendations of the Commission relates to the New Providence, where the population growth, displacement, and development continue to place pressure on existing constituency boundaries. This is why Tall Pines, Kalani, Golden Isles are three of the largest constituencies in New Providence were considered in the formation of a new constituency now known as St. James, and the change in boundaries reduced the size of these three constituencies. This adjustment responds to population density and ensure more balanced representation for voters. It also strengthened the ability of members of Parliament like myself to be effective in carrying out constituency responsibilities and to be able to canvass it in a timely fashion. Madam Speaker, additionally, the Commission also gave careful consideration to the Northern Bahamas. In recognition of economic development and population realities, it was determined that Bimini and the Berry Islands should be joined together as a new constituency. This decision reflects not only voter numbers, but also shared economic activity on both islands and surrounding keys. This change means that on Grand Bahama, there will be 5 constituencies with West End as its own, absorbing 2 additional polling divisions from the constituency of Central Grand Bahama. Similarly, for the Southern Bahamas, there's been much public discussion regarding constituency of Maikal, particularly as it relates to travel logistics for the Member of Parliament and for proper representation. While the idea of separating the Southern Bahamas was considered, the data did not support such a change at this time. The number of registered voters did not justify, in my view, the creation of additional constituency. It is my personal view that the Commission's decision reflects a balanced approach grounded in the fact and ensures that constitutional requirements are met. Madam Speaker, our administration takes this very seriously. The right to vote and the ease and accessibility in which individuals can exercise that God-given right. I wish to thank the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Philip Davis, for his work in leading this administration and ensuring that the Bahamas remain progressive and the ongoing growth and development across the archipelago continues. I would also like to thank the members of the Constituencies Commission for their diligence and respect for the democratic process. And finally, I'd like to thank the opposition member, the Honorable Shenandoah Cartwright, the member for St. Barnabas. Sorry.
Dawn.
Shannon Dawn, sorry. Forgive me, Mr. Cartwright.
I thought he was correct.
But listen here, forgive me. Shannon Dawn. Please forgive me, Mr. Cartwright, for his contributions to the report.
There's going to be another correction.
And to reiterate that all members added value and helped to shape the report that is before us today. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I want to use this opportunity to encourage all eligible voters to pay close attention to information issued by the Parliamentary Registration Commission regarding the new constituency of St. James, Bimini, and the Berry Islands, including the adjustments made to my constituency, Tall Pines, Southern Shores, Kalani, Golden Isles, and minor adjustments to the boundaries of other constituencies throughout our archipelago that is reflected in this report. And the member for Exuma and Ragged Island went into some details. It's a lot, and it's all embedded nicely in the report itself. The Parliamentary Registration Commission has already begun the process of voter registration and verification for new and existing eligible voters. There are locations designated in all constituencies for persons to utilize in order to register and to transfer their vote. Madam Speaker, this past week we celebrated Majority Rule, a milestone event for the Bahamas and a reminder of the struggle and sacrifice that secured the right to vote in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for all Bahamians. Much work has already been done to protect that right, and so every Bahamian at the age of 18 and over can have the chance to vote and to shape policy and decision-making throughout our country. Unfortunately, on certain social media platforms, we are beginning to hear chatter of some people, particularly those who are against this particular administration, about the need not to register to vote and to be a part of the process. I want to encourage those individuals to take a second look at that and remember it is our responsibility as Bahamian adults to be a part of this sacred democratic process. So please register and go to the polls and vote. Please do not limit your participation to conversation alone. Your voice, your vote does matter, and it can make a difference in shaping the future of our country. I strongly suggest that you cast your ballot for the candidate of your choice and the political organization you believe will lead the country forward in a steady, progressive process. Madam Speaker, again, with your leave, I wish to thank the constituents of Tall Pines, some who will now, according to this report, be shifted into the St. James constituency. I extend my sincere thanks to you for your support and look forward to engaging you with the new PLP candidate for St. James as we continue to work the ground in Tall Pines and St. James, where we remain focused on delivering good, solid representation for both constituencies. Finally, as I take my seat, it is my firm belief that the Commission, that this resolution supports a constitutional process that promotes fair representation and prepares the Bahamas for the next general election. Madam Speaker, Tall Pines is pleased to second this resolution, and thank you once again, Madam Speaker, for your leadership. And I extend my deepest condolences to the Walking family, a man who was a part of the medical fraternity who contributed greatly to healthcare promotion, business, and the delivery of proper healthcare services to our family islands. I thank you, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas, in accordance with Article 71 of the Constitution, the Constituencies Commission of the Bahamas, appointed under Article 69(1) of the Constitution, met and reviewed the number of boundaries of the constituencies into which the Bahamas is divided, and submitted to the Governor General the report of Constituencies Commission dated the 29th day of December 2025. And be it further resolved that a copy of the draft order approved by this resolution be submitted to Her Excellency the Governor General, who shall make an order pursuant to Article 77 of the Constitution. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise once again in this place, grateful to Almighty God for allowing me to see another day above ground, Madam Speaker, as I continue to represent the good people of St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've come to appreciate so much that in this role that we all have as members of Parliament and the opportunity to serve the Bahamian people, that it affords the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be involved in so many aspects of our democracy, so many aspects of what we do and what we need to do to serve the Bahamian people. And it manifests in many different ways. I spoke yesterday about the continued honor of serving on the National Honors Committee with the honorable member for Fox Hill and the other members, and that continues to be a joy and an inspiration to be able to ensure that these great Bahamian men and women are justifiably recognized for their contributions to the development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And likewise, Madam Speaker, as per the member for Marcos City and leader of the opposition, the involvement or participation as the lone member of the opposition on the Constituency Commission, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt that this conversation, though it has a very technical aspect to it that the member from for Exuma would have alluded to, and as we all know, when we talk about changes to boundaries and ensuring that there's proper representation and equity across the board in the various constituencies throughout our nation, there is no doubt that this conversation today has to be taken in the context of an impending general election. It's soon come, they say, right, Bindwood? Soon come. And so while we digested this report and all for what it means to members here in this body, and most importantly, to the Bahamian people in those various constituencies, where there has been adjustments or not. The point is that our democracy and the democratic wheel that we continue to turn continues to turn for the benefit of the Bahamian people. So it was an honor for me to participate in this process, to be a part of the dialogue and the discussion that we had that has resulted in the report and then this subsequent resolution that we are debating today. What I will say also from the onset of my brief remarks, Madam Speaker, is that the signing of the report, which I did sign on behalf of the opposition, it was not a unilateral decision. It doesn't work that way. We met as a caucus. But it does not, Madam Speaker, it does not negate any constructive thoughts or constructive criticism about what needs to be done, more work that needs to be done, or what needs to be done in the future by future commissions. It's analogous to when we debate the budget, for example, and members give their views on pieces of policy platforms that they do not like, but they still support the budget. And though the magnitude of a budget may be somewhat different from a constituency commission report, even though it's very significant, the point that I'm making principally is that it does not negate the opportunity and our role and our duty as an opposition to lend to the debate, even here today, about concerns, I will say, Madam Speaker, that did come about in our dialogue and very intellectual and robust discussions about sincerely what would benefit the Bahamian people and benefit our democracy as we contemplated changes to the boundaries. So I reject this notion, we reject this notion by some that to have signed the report, as I did, on behalf of our caucus after our deliberations and discussions. The notion that having done that, but still giving views about what could be done better relative to parity and equity and the even distribution doesn't negate that opportunity for us to do that so that we can be even better in the future. Because I'm sure the member for Exuma, as the member of Tall Pines, Madam Speaker, and of course you were a member, Madam Speaker, but I ain't gonna put you into this comment, but I'm sure they would agree, nothing is perfect. And so because nothing is perfect, us signing on the report, it means that we still can talk about how we can be better. And the next time, and the next iteration of a boundaries, a constituency commission could be better, because there are still some things left on the trestle board that we really need to look at, Madam Speaker. One of the things, Madam Speaker, is the dynamics of the Mical constituency, which we've been talking about, and when I say we, not necessarily the Boundaries Commission, but Bahamians and those persons who, stakeholders and persons who have interests in the southern Bahamas, particularly the residents. There is a genuine discussion that needs to be had about, you have these 5 islands in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that are spread out, and so you ask yourself, how adequately, right? And I'm not making a claim that it is or isn't, but it is a legitimate question. How adequately can a member of Parliament for Mical that's spread out, or let me do it another way, Madam Speaker. How do we ensure that a member of Parliament for Mical or those southern islands are adequately both equipped and, again, from a technical aspect in terms of the drawings of the constituency boundaries, that those persons in the southern Bahamas, albeit that there are lowly populated islands, if you will, that also begs the question of, okay, if you start to divide up the islands, even though they've been divided before, but not like Mical. I mean, not like Mical. Yeah, but not like Mical, honorable member. So I think that that's a legitimate. Yeah, no. Stand up and say it. Stand up, please. Stand up and say it. I mean, I think that it's a legitimate discussion. Michael, you have nothing to say on this? You're just quiet? You have nothing to say on this? No, I don't need no help. I don't need no help. I am just asking, like the member for Angliston, we are Auckland's Islanders, right? we are Auckland's Islanders, right? Snug Corner, and Pompey Bay. That's right, Snug Corner and Pompey Bay. So my MP and Michael, I wasn't trying to get you to give me help, I was speaking. You're the voice of Michael in here, but I was speaking as a descendant of Auckland's, just talking about the debate or the discussion, if you will, that tends to happen relative to Michael. And so, and I've heard the remarks, albeit it was not on their feet. I heard the contention about what's comparable. But I really think that needs to be something that we really need to look at in future constituency commissions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you look through some of the changes, Madam Speaker, Paul Pines talked about the new St. James constituency, Madam Speaker, 2 polling divisions out of Kalani, 5 out of Golden Isles, 3 out of Tall Pines, and 1 out of Southern Shores. Madam Speaker, I'm on the commission. I should know. That's not the only thing I know. That's not the only thing I know, right? I know that 1 polling division has been moved out of St. Barnabas and 1 has been moved in. See, I know everything. I know everything that's going on. It's my job to know, to report back to the leader and to the caucus. That's how it goes. But understandably, for the last few election cycles, there's been a conversation about the need to look at the population density and how that has impacted the register and what many have deemed as an excess number of voters in both Kalani and Golden Isles. And so we understand the efforts to balance, if you will, to balance the registered voters in that part of New Providence. But what we have said is, when you apply that principle as you move along, that we do not necessarily see it completed to form in other parts and other changes, Madam Speaker. We've seen where, for example, a change to, for example, Freetown. Change to Freetown. One polling division of the Freetown will now go into the honorable member's constituency, St. Anne's. So there was a legitimate question of moving one polling division from Freetown into St. Anne's. And what that would do is lower the voter count, if you will, registered voters in Freetown, and why that might have been necessary, Madam Speaker. The member for members would have given a justification for that, and that is their justification. But we did have a question about that. So also just want to refute the notion that it was said somewhere in the public, I believe it might have been by the member for Exuma, that discussions or dissenting view on certain matters were not given. And dissenting views were given. Dissenting views were given by many persons as we had dialogue. I mean, it's a discussion. And in our sincerity and the genuineness of us having a real discussion about this constitutional remit that we had, of course, throughout discussions you would hear different views, divergent views on particular issues as they came up. And it was all around. The only point I'm making, Madam Speaker, again, this notion that though we have signed the report, that there's a problem if now in our contributions we just point to some things that we feel could be perfected, be made better, because ultimately nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, this whole discussion about the general election, the boundaries, obviously it necessitates in our mind the need to emphasize, again, general concerns about the voter register and the need to clean it up as best as we can. That's legitimate, and I'm sure we all agree. We all could agree that, you know, wherever we can, we must do our best to make sure and clean it up, wherever it may be, and whatever it takes to ensure that as we get ready for a general election, that the Bahamian people could continue to have confidence that our parliamentary democracy is safeguarded by the way in which we conduct the voter registration process, by the way in which we clean up the voter register, Madam Speaker, and to make sure that, for example, deceased voters, that there also needs to be clarity relative to the verification process. And so we continue to emphasize that we need even more diligent approach in terms of letting the public know how it's going to work, the verification process, what does it mean? Yes, no doubt. Individual political parties have a duty, and we will do so, and we have been doing so. But again, just ensuring that all concerned are doing their part, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the Bahamian people's vote is not only protected, but the process through which they vote is adequate, is convenient, and is efficient. And that's why, you know, obviously during the conversation or debate, if you will, about the biometric cards and so forth, there was many questions that was asked by the member for Marcus City, and indeed this entire caucus about the biometric card and the timeline and so forth, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as the wheels of the Bahamian democracy continue to turn, Madam Speaker, we want to continue to ensure that at the end of the day, the Bahamian people, as they go to the polls, can feel and continue to feel confident in the integrity of the process, confident that the efficiency and ease at which you would expect in a thriving democracy like the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is at hand, and that persons, by virtue of being inconvenienced, by virtue of it not being easy, that amounts to suppressing the vote, whether it is intended or not. So whatever we can do, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we continue to liberate the voting process in a way that benefits the Bahamian people in a real way. As is often said, you know, when I was thinking about coming into politics, there were, obviously you would have been privy to many general elections and so forth, and there are many political jargon, political refrain that you hear, and the one that you hear is that you always hear is, you can change lines, but not minds. And so we know that ultimately, outside the technical aspect of this report and the work that we have done, ultimately, the Bahamian people is the most important factor in this process, that very shortly they will have the opportunity to determine if they want a government that has let them down over the last 5 years and overpromised and under-delivered on many issues, on health care, on immigration, on crime, on taxes, on affordability, Madam Speaker, or will they vote for a party led by the next Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Michael Pintaud in Marco City, who is prepared to make the tough choices and capture the imagination of the Bahamian people in a real way and bring change, Madam Speaker, to this country that the Bahamian people deserve. So, Madam Speaker, with that, Madam Speaker, St. Barnabas rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Isles.
What did the letter say?
Crazy. That is correct. Eh? I'm next in the lineup. Oh, I might. Oh. Madam Speaker, honorable members, fellow Bahamians, I rise today humbled by the grace of God and deeply appreciative of the confidence of the people of Golden Isles that they have placed in me to serve in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, they have sent me here to take care of their business, to advance and promote their circumstances and agenda, and by the grace of God, I will always endeavor to serve my people. Their faith in me, Madam Speaker, is not taken lightly, and it is a responsibility I carry with humility and a resolve to serve to the best of my ability. I want to assure the people of Golden Isles that my work has not stopped and that together, with their input and collaboration, we are laying a strong foundation. Madam Speaker, before I turn to my substantive contribution in this honorable House, I wish to address two preliminary matters. One such matter, Madam Speaker, is the unlawful and environmentally harmful practice of burning coal in the Golden Isles constituency. Let me be absolutely clear to those who are responsible for this activity. This government will not tolerate it. The burning of coal poses a serious threat to public health, the environment, and the quality of life in our communities. Those engaged in this practice are on notice. Enforcement agencies will actively investigate, identify, and pursue individuals involved in this practice. and the full extent and force of the law will apply without hesitation, Madam Speaker. So I urge those responsible to cease and desist immediately. There will be no warning beyond this point. Madam Speaker, thank you so very much. Madam Speaker, we are on the ground in Golden Isles, meeting with residents, addressing urgent constituency concerns, engaging youth and seniors alike, and strengthening partnership with community leaders, religious organizations, and civil stakeholders. So far, we have implemented Agent Darren, our 24/7 constituency support help desk, hosted our Christmas party, distributing over 1,000 toys to our children, organized a bazaar which afforded over 20 small business owners from the community to showcase their products and services, our turkey distribution initiative over the holiday. We've launched our small community project initiative. We've rolled out our Student Head Start, a free online tutoring program for students sitting national mathematics and biology examinations. We have launched our Sweet Treat Outreach Initiative, where we interact with kids and teens. We've rolled out Project Fresh, our free vegetable pop-up market for seniors, and we've initiated our wellness checkup program, where we provide free testing, oxygen, sugar, and blood pressure. Madam President, I wish to publicly thank our executives and members, the executives and members of Golden Isles branch and of the Progressive Liberal Party, the campaign team and the dedicated volunteers, the constituency office team, cabinet ministers, and my fellow MPs, donors, and community advocates who continue to work alongside me to build a stronger Golden Isles together. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the substantive debate before us. The report of the Constituencies Commission of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this report. Madam Speaker, several constituencies are set to see changes under the proposal of the Constituency Boundaries Commission, including the creation of the new St. James, a new Western New Providence seat spanning communities in Golden Isles, Killarney, Southern Shores, Tall Pines. These proposed changes affect a wide range of areas, including my own great constituency of Golden Isles. The new St. James constituency would absorb polling divisions 1, 2, 5, 10, and 14 from Golden Isles. It is important to note that the proposals are aimed at addressing population shifts and aiming and maintaining voter parity, while keeping the total number of polling divisions nationwide unchanged at 501. Madam Speaker, I want to say unequivocally that lines do not change relationships. Despite the removal of these polling divisions, we will still be on the ground, Madam Speaker. We will still be talking to people and bringing solutions. From the moment we won just a few short weeks ago, we've never left the people of Golden Isles. Madam Speaker, it is worth mentioning that during the by-election, Golden Isles had more than 7,000 registered voters, yet just over 55% turnout to vote, some 3,884 persons. With the proposed changes, we are now expecting a register of nearly 5,000 voters. But whether 5,000 or 10,000, Madam Speaker, my commitment to Golden Isles remains strong and true. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the response of the opposition. For me, it is integrally important to highlight the unanimity of the process that produced these boundary changes that are just, fair, and equitable. We are blessed. We are a blessed nation. Madam Speaker, because our democracy remains strong, this hallowed process of ensuring fairness, parity, equality, transparency in our election is as old as Westminster itself, Madam Speaker. Yet, the opposition would have the Bahamian people believe that the process is corrupt simply because they are accustomed to losing. Madam Speaker, in the lead up to the by-election, they dramatically alleged that elections could be stolen in the Bahamas. The party opposite, at its highest echelon, promoted the dangerous narrative that the Golden Isles by-election was a precursor to election theft. It was only when a former prime minister and former leader of their party spoke they did abandon such dangerous rhetoric, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition is full of contradictions. With one mouth, they scream, "Stop theft." With another, voter fraud. And with another, illegals voting. But not one single voter was challenged on voting day in the Golden Isles by-election. I say not one. Some may find this tactics. Some may find their tactics amusing. However, quite frankly, I find it dangerous. Madam Speaker, those who would jeopardize our democratic dignity for selfish political gain will pay a price at the polls. Those who seek to stir hatred, division, and racial animosity will face their day of reckoning. Madam Speaker, this report was agreed by the Commission unanimously, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this report was unanimous. This was agreed by the Commission. And sitting among us is the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, who served on the Commission, Madam Speaker. It is important to note that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition sat on the committee and agreed to the report, Madam Speaker. He signed it. I therefore, Madam Speaker, I therefore find it rather interesting that some in the opposition are now publicly speaking to missed opportunities, Madam Speaker. The record reflects, Madam Speaker, that when they were last in office, Madam Speaker, the record reflects that when they were last in office, they made no changes, despite recommendations from their own Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House. Despite recommendations, Madam Speaker. Concerns were raised, Madam Speaker, and I have the report here, Madam Speaker.
Bring your evidence.
It's right here.
Bring the evidence.
Despite recommendation from their own former Speaker, they made no changes, Madam Speaker.
Now they want to talk. They want to talk now. Huh? They want
Madam
talk
Speaker.
Now. They want to talk now. And they want to talk now.
Madam Speaker, concerns were raised back then on whether 39 seats would adequately provide effective representation in the future, particularly to remote southern parts of the archipelago. But no matter how you try to cut it, the Bahamian people will not vote. The Bahamian people will vote their conscience. In 2007, when the FNM governed this country, we had 41 constituencies and a smaller population. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. In 2007, when the F&M governed, this country had 41 constituencies and a smaller population. Madam Speaker, nearly 20 years later, with more than 50,000 additional citizens spread across the archipelago, evolution is necessary, and evolve we must, or be left behind, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I speak with passion because he who feels it knows it. I am fresh out of a campaign where I knocked on hundreds of doors. I looked people in their eyes. I made friends. I made promises to serve without favor. Losing any of those persons to boundary changes is emotional, Madam Speaker. But I say to them today, our bonds remain unbroken. You can change lines, but you cannot change minds. Leadership is empathy, Madam Speaker. Leadership is service. Leadership is standing for people, whether they live inside your boundary or not, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, I believe that this report protects our democracy, strengthens our sovereignty, provides for progress, and builds the future for better representation. I urge all eligible Bahamians, especially young people who have recently turned 18, to register to vote, to transfer, and to exercise your right to vote. Golden Isles supports the Boundaries Commission report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it really is a privilege for us to be in this honorable place and to be able to represent really the people of the Bahamas. And I really mean it when I say it is a privilege. And it is a privilege that none of us really should take for granted. Madam Speaker, I remember when I was first elected, I believe, sometime in 2007, when I represented the people of Pine Ridge. And I flew in to Nassau that morning on the first flight. They used to have a first flight Bahamas Air, 7 o'clock, which means that you had to get up and be ready by, be at the airport for 6, which means that you're up by 5. And we flew into Nassau on a Wednesday, and when I landed in Nassau and I got to the house, I heard that there was a function back in Freeport that we were required to attend that same day. The House then adjourned. Mr. Ingram was the Prime Minister at the time. The House then adjourned for us to fly back to Freeport to attend the function. May have been around 11, 12 o'clock the function was. And then we had to fly back into Nassau because we had House that afternoon at 3 o'clock. While I was flying back to Nassau, I had a conversation with Mr. Ingram. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Ingram, I have a function back in Freeport today in the evening. You know, is it possible for me just to sort of stay in Freeport? I think I spoke to him on the way to Freeport. I said, is it possible for me just to stay in Freeport and attend that function that I had in Freeport? Because it was a lot of flying. It meant flying from Freeport that morning, coming to the house, then flying back to Freeport, then flying back to Nassau, and then flying back again to Freeport, all in the same day. Mr. Ingram looked me in the face and said to me, as Mr. Ingram as only Mr. Ingram could say, you fought for this. You wanted this job. And it is your responsibility to represent your people in the House of Assembly. And that struck me, Madam Speaker, and it hit me as a young member of Parliament, that it really is a responsibility that all of us have to be in this place and to participate in this place, to be able to speak on behalf of the people who elected us, who voted for us, and who elected us. And it really is an awesome privilege for us to be able to stand in this place and to represent the people of the Bahamas. Many people have tried to come. Many people have fought to come. And they have not been fortunate enough as us to be able to stand in this place and to represent the people of the Bahamas. And so, Madam Speaker, I really mean it when I say it is a privilege for all of us to be here, and we cannot take this privilege for granted. Madam Speaker, at the outset, let me be clear that we recognize the constitutional role of the Boundaries Commission, and the Commission must act within the framework required by Article 70 of the Constitution. I believe it must also meet the democratic standard that the Bahamian people expect and deserve. The Constitution requires that constituencies be as equal in population as far as reasonably practicable. Yes, they recognize that representation in the Bahamas cannot be reduced to numbers alone, but it also must take into account geography, physical features, means of communication, and community ties. These are not just optional considerations, but they are constitutional ones. Madam Speaker, in looking at the report, I do not believe that it sufficiently explains why boundary rebalancing within the existing framework could not have achieved parity. Nor does it provide any assessment on the long-term cost implications of the public purse, because salaries and allowances and constituency offices and staffings will all have to be increased. Madam Speaker, expanding Parliament should never be treated as routine. It requires clear justification, transparency, and public confidence. What is not sufficiently explained also is the decision to remove Bimini and West Grand Bahama, leaving West Grand Bahama with approximately 5,100 registered voters to date, and East Grand Bahama, which is unchanged, having approximately 1,500 more registered voters, and they are on the same island. In fact, it appears that East Grand Bahama will have the distinction of having the most registered voters to date in the entire country. East Grand Bahama is a vast area. It includes areas like High Rock, McLeanstown, Pelican Point, offshore communities like Sweetings Key, Waterkey, and Madam Speaker, the Boundaries Commission also, I believe, does not seem to have taken into account the low voter turnout in the past 3 elections, which I believe is going to be a significant issue, is a significant issue, and going to remain to be a significant issue. Madam Speaker, the 2021 general election and the 2 subsequent by-elections had significantly lower voter turnout. This decline should not be dismissed. I believe it reflects a growing sense of disillusionment among many Bahamians who believe that important decisions are being made without their input, without their knowledge, a transparent explanation, or any meaningful opportunity to question or challenge those decisions. Madam Speaker, when people feel excluded from the political process, they withdraw from participation. Lower participation, in turn, undermines democratic legitimacy. The facts are clear. Voter turnout has declined. Public trust in institutions has weakened. Consultation on key national issues has been limited to non-existent, and public disengagement is consistent with these trends. Together, these indicators point to a democracy that must work harder to reconnect with the people it serves. And I want to repeat that. Together, Madam Speaker, these indicators, they point to a democracy that must work harder to reconnect with the people it serves. Madam Speaker, we recently celebrated Majority Rule, a national holiday that should unite us in a bipartisan spirit and be regarded as every bit as important as independence. Members of the 1967 government also formed the Free National Movement. So it should be and is just as important to those who support the PLP as those who support the FNM. While we must always honor the struggles and sacrifices of those who came before us, the true spirit of majority rule requires more than remembrance. It requires action. It challenges us to confront where we have fallen short in upholding the democratic principles of today. Governing transparently in the sunshine, demanding higher standards from all public servants, and engaging in meaningful consultation are not optional ideals. They are a living expression of majority rule. The struggle did not end on January 10, 1967. The struggle to strengthen and protect our democracy continues, and it is a responsibility shared by all of us. Madam Speaker, I am proud that the Free National Movement has consistently dedicated itself to strengthening these democratic ideals. For example, we must continue and we must fully implement the Freedom of Information Act. We must also publicly disclose full details of million-dollar PPP projects. We must also properly fund and operationalize the Office of the Ombudsman to give the public a voice. We must also reform the Public Disclosure Act, and we must ensure that the Integrity Commission is implemented, fully funded, and fully empowered. These measures are about building transparency, accountability, and public trust. They reflect a clear understanding that democracy is not sustained by goodwill alone, but by strong institutions. Madam Speaker, we must recognize that meaningful progress requires more than changing the people who govern. It requires reforming the very systems of governance that serve the Bahamian people. So, Madam Speaker, we must dedicate ourselves not just to reviewing and putting to the public the change or non-change of the people who govern, but we must dedicate ourselves to changing the system of governance so that whoever is elected, that if we change the system, whoever is elected, that then is the system that they must follow. So, Madam Speaker, we must look at implementing and continuing the Freedom of Information Act, the Ombudsman, and all of those other institutions that lend transparency, accountability to the Bahamian public. Madam Speaker, I believe that if we go in that direction, then that will help with re-engaging, it will help with reconnecting the Bahamian public. So we must not take for granted the lowering of voter turnout in these elections. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to say, while I close, that it has been and continues to be the honor of my life to represent the people of East Grand Bahama. And that is from Waterkey to Sweetings Key, McLeanstown, all the way to Freeport High School, what I call the Child House Corner, which is a vast area. But it has been and continues to be the honor of my life to represent the good people of East Grand Bahama. It will also be a privilege for me, once again, to offer myself to represent them, and again, God willing, to remain their member of Parliament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Madam Speaker, I'm humbled to once again stand in these hallowed halls on behalf of the good people of Nassau Village. As always, I stand in this place to announce real change, big change to my constituents. Madam Speaker, I have received numerous calls, and I'm sure each and every member can attest to the scourge of illegal dumping in our various constituencies. And I call it a scourge because it's something that we continuously battle against. But for my dear constituency of Nassau Village, there's a big announcement coming on Thursday. And I say it again, there's a big, big announcement coming on Thursday, and I would just like to publicly thank the member for Yarmacroix in advance. And I look forward to seeing you on Thursday at 9:30. Thank you so much on behalf of the people of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, don't worry about that. That's an insider. But for my constituents, I thank you. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of meeting with one of my dear constituents today who told me about youth with the truth. And I'm sure the member for Fort Charlotte knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, Miss Monroe sends her regards. Yes. And she says to keep up the good work, and she'll be voting for the Progressive Liberal Party once again. Madam Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, today isn't just another item on the agenda. It's a watershed moment for our Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, we stand at a defining crossroads, charged with the sacred responsibility of safeguarding and elevating the very existence of our democracy, the fair and equitable representation for every Bahamian citizen. As I stand here today, not only as the Member of Parliament for Nassau Village, but as a fervent advocate for a dynamic democracy, one that listens, Madam Speaker, one that adapts, and truly mirrors the voices of the people of this great Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, I proudly lend my unwavering support to the motion to approve the report of the Constituencies Commission. Let the record show and let the nation bear witness, Madam Speaker, the Constituencies Commission, which we deliberate on today, is anything but clandestine. It is a cornerstone established by our Constitution, reflecting foresight, Madam Speaker, of our forebears, chaired by none other than yourself. Madam Speaker, this body included names, distinguished names, such as Justice Gregory Hilton, and importantly, and I just had to state it once again, based on the recommendation of the leader of opposition business, a member from the F&M, a member from St. Anne's. Madam Speaker, revisionism seems to, St. Barnabas, revisionism seems to creep in. St. Anne's made the recommendation, and St. Barnabas accepted. Revisionism seems to have a problem, Madam Speaker, constantly creeping in with the side opposite. We've constantly heard over the last 4 years, even though I was there, it wasn't me. Even though I signed off on it, I didn't really mean to. I didn't have real input on it. But, Madam Speaker, I just sat perplexed. Right? I start perplexed. Madam Speaker, the reality is that the window for suggestions has closed. The MP for St. Barnabas had every opportunity, Madam Speaker, to voice those same recommendations throughout this entire process. Madam Speaker, his attendance record shows perfect attendance at each of the commission meetings. Perfect attendance. Every day. Every day. Every meeting. But the member got up on his feet today and said, you know what, I came with even more.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Barnabas.
Be clear, Madam Speaker. I wish to be clear about this. All right? Yeah, let me set the record straight. During those very important meetings, okay, dissatisfactions, concerns, clarity was needed on a number of things on both sides, Madam Speaker. Now, what I won't do is, Madam Speaker, what I won't do is get into where other members might have expressed opposition to certain things, Madam Speaker. No, but I won't do that. But the point is, Madam Speaker, in a discussion, while everybody would have signed the report, at different intervals, persons might have expressed concerns, including members of the government, expressed some concerns about those very same things that they've now signed on to. So for those who want to be honest and how discussions go, Madam Speaker, there was some. Madam Speaker, the point is, Madam Speaker,
Stop.
Hold on, Madam Speaker.
You're talking the business.
Madam Speaker, let me finish my point, please, Madam Speaker. Okay? I ain't talking nobody business. Madam Speaker, the point is, as I said earlier, the constructive criticisms that we have given has nothing to do with the report being signed. We are doing our job just as we did it in the Constituency Commission. We are doing it here as our opposition, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
So leave you alone.
Madam Speaker,
You got some secrets, so leave that alone.
it was all about. I wasn't too sure what I was signing, but Madam Speaker, there are provisions as well. There could have been a dissenting view. There could have been, but there were not. Madam Speaker, the members opposite would call the advancement political maneuvering or suggest that it was a cynical exercise. Madam Speaker, they are not merely questioning the integrity of our process. They are wittingly or unwittingly, casting doubt on the very individual that they appointed to the commission. Madam Speaker, I challenge them, Madam Speaker, if this process was so flawed, why did their representative not raise a dissenting voice?
No one, Madam Speaker. No one, no one questioned the integrity, Madam Speaker. No one. No one. The member for East Grand Bahama didn't. I haven't, Madam Speaker. At no time did the member for Marcos City, in any public statement relative to this report, say anything about integrity, Madam Speaker. So I know that the honourable member, my good brother, the member for Nassau Village now, has worked himself into a lather, but he could pull back a little bit now because it ain't making no sense.
So, Madam Speaker, just a bit too sensitive, right? And like I said, to each and every member here, right? If you feel as though you disagree or you have any opposition to anything, you use the provisions that are there. The reality and the truth is that there was no dissenting vote. There was no vote against. They are all signatures and consensus. That's the facts. Any feelings or ill will, that's on them. But, Madam Speaker, like I said, to question the report in any which way would be to question their member. All right? And I challenge them, Madam Speaker, once again, that this commission, to go against anything this commission has reported and said, this commission's report shows and illustrates the finest spirit of bipartisan commitment to our democratic foundations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the recommendations contained within the report not only formalize the House of Assembly division of boundaries and redistribution of seats order, they are not mere whims or political tactics. They are data-driven responses reflecting the vibrant pulse of our expanding nation. Madam Speaker, Article 72 of our Constitution mandates voter parity and urges us to consider our unique Bahamian geography and the sparsely populated family islands and the flourishing communities of New Providence. The question that arose in my constituents' mind, Madam Speaker, was what has the Commission accomplished? And I wish to expand upon this. It has answered the call, the decision to expand constituencies from 39 to 41. It acknowledges our growth. It recognizes new communities that have emerged and the increasing demands placed on our members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, as the proud representative of Nassau Village, I witnessed the dynamic movement of our people, the expansion of our neighborhoods, and the rising hopes of our youth. Madam Speaker, we champion the ideals of bringing government closer to the people by creating St. James and New Providence, and a dedicated Bimini and Berry Islands constituency isn't merely about drawing lines. It's about uniting us all. It's about ensuring that a young entrepreneur in Bimini receives the same attention as a hard-working family in St. James. It's about fostering greater access, Madam Speaker, offering a personal touch, and amplifying the voices of all Bahamians in this chamber. This is not political maneuvering, Madam Speaker. It is responsible governance that upholds the constitutional promise of effective representation for every citizen, no matter where they live or what they aspire to be. Madam Speaker, I hear the claims of lack of consultation by East Grand Bahama.
And I said lack of consultation.
Yeah, you said they needed more public consultation.
Yeah, generally, yeah.
All right? And with the utmost respect, with the utmost respect, Madam Speaker, I must assert that these arguments are profoundly misguided or intentionally crafted to create doubt. Let me say it again, or intentionally crafted to create doubt. Madam Speaker, I was looking for my copy of Politics but I couldn't find it. To give a reference, right? To give a reference, never agree with what the opposition is stating. And if we follow that playbook, or we look at that playbook, we see a consistent track, Madam Speaker, intentionally creating doubt. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is clear. The Commission's role is to review and recommend. My brother, with perfect attendance, knows this. Subsequently guiding its findings to this very House, this hallowed chambers, Madam Speaker. It is where constituents' voices vocalized through their elected officials and representatives resonate. Madam Speaker, this debate is unfolding in real time. Madam Speaker, we recently celebrated Majority Rule Day, a commemoration of the moment our nation took significant strides toward true democracy and empowerment of the people. This milestone reminds us of the battles fought and sacrifices made to secure the representation that we enjoy today. It reminds us that democracy is an ongoing journey, not a destination. We cannot afford to engage in political games, Madam Speaker, that jeopardize the integrity of our electoral system. The House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, division of boundaries and redistribution of seats, Order 2026, is the result of meticulous work, supported by unassailable data, and guided by the supreme law of the land. To reject its approval would sow seeds of uncertainty, Madam Speaker. It would obstruct the electoral planning and deny our citizens the robust representation they rightly deserve. As we reflect on the principles embodied in Majority Rule, we recognize that it is not merely about gaining a political foothold. It was a request for fairness, Madam Speaker, for inclusivity, and a voice for every Bahamian. Today, we stand ready to approve the recommendations of the Constituencies Commission. We echo that very spirit of Majority Rule, Madam Speaker. We reaffirm our commitment to an equitable electoral process that accurately reflects our diverse and growing society. Let us honor the legacy of those who fought tirelessly for our right to self-determination by ensuring that every citizen's voice resonates in this chamber. By endorsing this motion, Madam Speaker, we are not just shaping the electoral boundaries, we are fortifying the pillars of democracy in our beloved Bahama land. We empower our citizens in Bimini and the Berry Islands, Madam Speaker. We empower our citizens in Nassau Village and every corner of this archipelago, ensuring their needs and aspirations are entrusted to their elected of representatives. So let us rise to the occasion, Madam Speaker. Let us chart a course toward progress. Let us embrace the opportunity to strengthen our democracy, making it more vibrant, Madam Speaker, more responsive, and true to the ideals we celebrated on Majority Rule Day. With courage and conviction, Madam Speaker, let us fulfill our constitutional duty and approve this vital motion. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nassau Village, I support the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, South and Central Andrews. Appreciate it. Again, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to once again stand and support the people of Marco City, to echo their dreams and aspirations, and to say how grateful I am to them for giving me this rare opportunity to be their voice in our House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud graduate of William Phipps Primary School. A number of persons, no doubt, Madam Speaker, who probably under the age of, 40, may not be familiar with that primary school, and went on to attend S.C. McPherson, Junior High School, where I graduated, and went on to A.F. Adderley. Madam Speaker, as you know already, the member for Pinewood and I went to school together from grade 7 and all the way through high school. I want to, on both of our behalf and members of our graduating class, to extend condolences to the family of Sherry Bullard, who passed, and to say to the family that all of us will continue to keep you in our prayers. Madam Speaker, tomorrow I will spend time in the constituency and wanted to let residents of Marco City know that I would be honoring all appointments that have been made, and also will be in a number of the polling divisions, visiting those residents who have requested that we come through, and of course, to hear any of the concerns that they may have. And I'm looking forward to being home tomorrow and in the constituency. I want to thank all of the persons who have been assisting. In Mayfield Park, there's a dynamic group of young men and women who have organized a community association and a mentoring program for young people. And the park that we all collectively built, Heroes Park, they continue to use the park for a variety of events, but most importantly, to mentor young men and young women. And I applaud that entire team for the incredible work that they are doing. Also, Madam Speaker, we continue to make progress in getting to the finish line, much later than we would have liked, with respect to the Marco City Tech Hub, a 5,000 square feet building on Gambier Drive, where we will teach all things technology related, as well as financial literacy. And so we expect to complete that building in the not too distant future, and again, provide well organized programs to teach various areas of technology. We will also have a community radio station and television station in the building as well. And I want to thank those professionals who have already agreed to set up a radio club for young people and to mentor persons who are interested in the television industry, front and back of camera. To all of the senior residents in Marco City, I wanted to remind you that as you go to, whether it is to NIB or to run errands to the clinic, we continue to provide transportation for our senior citizens. And once you call our office, 602-0975, Jason and the team will be responsive to your requests. We had a wonderful time this year, Madam Speaker, in a number of ways, but certainly one of them was Thanksgiving. And I raised that, Madam Speaker, because so many different groups now in the community are organizing events to show our senior citizens how much they care about them. And while we did our signature event, which we've been doing since 2016, on our residents and visiting any number of them, sick and shut-in or persons who are differently able, I want to applaud those private citizens who continue to reach out and, of course, bless our senior citizens. We no longer construct our homes in a way where there are porches that people continually sit on and interact with residents as they pass or residents come over. There is insufficient of that. But I'm glad that there are so many people who continue to pick up our senior citizens and take them, whether it's on drives, whether it's on fishing expedition, or simply to spend time with them at one of the local eateries. Again, we are appreciative of that sacrifice. Today, Madam Speaker, we are debating the resolution of the Boundaries Commission, and the Free National Movement, the opposition, supports this report and we are grateful to our Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas for the representation of the opposition on this important committee. As stated earlier, Madam Speaker, supporting the document does not rob us of the ability to offer critiques of the entire process by which successive governments have addressed the attempt to bring parity between constituencies. So it was interesting listening to certain members of the government side shadow boxing, trying to create a fight that does not exist. Again, to cast aspersions which they know to be false. At no point did we question the integrity of the process. We understand this all too well, that governments, often when they look at redrawing lines, they seek to do so in their favor. That's a given. The purpose of the dialogue on these committees is to make sure that there are no excesses in behavior of any side, and that what we seek to do, as is constitutionally required, is that we ensure that all citizens are properly represented. So, Madam Speaker, I will not focus so much on the redrawing of lines. Marco City is happy to have maintained all of the polling divisions that we have represented now for 2 consecutive elections. While there was a slight change, I believe, to take the International Bazaar and a portion of the business district and plant it in Pine Ridge, we see it for what we believe it is. Obviously, when you're working on an Afro-Caribbean center, you may want it in your constituency, so you shave it from another constituency and put it there to tell the good people how hard you're working on their behalf. Piracy, I think he said. So, Madam Speaker, it is what it is, you know. The spoils of war go to the victor. Madam Speaker, we just hope that they're able to complete the project so it can have meaningful impact on the lives of the residents of Grand Bahama. The member for East Grand Bahama mentioned that right now, I believe East Grand Bahama may have the largest number of voters, having, I think, previously probably been 5th or so. And so East Grand Bahama now has 6,572 voters. And I believe the second largest constituency now is Marco City, with 6,295. And so we love, this is my member of parliament, we love our constituents. And so we are grateful to God and grateful to them for the honor and privilege of serving them. And so I want to concentrate for a moment on, Madam Speaker, on this issue of parity. Just for a brief moment, for consideration, because certainly when given an opportunity to govern next, there are some things we would do different than the Free National Movement, in whose cabinet I served, and different from the present administration as well. So we cast no aspersions on either administration. We just said, given an opportunity to govern, we would do some things differently. The present member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Salvador constantly claims that he's doing something different than everybody else. I don't hear the bombing on the desk, the criticisms and the snide remarks when he is indicating that he's doing something very different than the actual cabinet that he sat in and was deputy prime minister. Yep. When you have more authority, you then exert whatever influence you can and cast whatever vision you may have. And so his recently developed set of vision, obviously, Madam Speaker, he's seeking to cast them and implement them. So I will come to that in just a moment. I believe that the Prime Minister constituency, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, where my family is from on my mother's side, Ragged Island on my father's side, has 1,000 644 voters. Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas represents that constituency. If you would combine his numbers with that of Exuma and Ragged Island, Madam Speaker, I believe that is somewhere around 3,500 votes. I think combined they are 5,210, both of those constituencies combined. And a lot less ground to cover in terms of the amount of residents, but all are equally valuable, Madam Speaker. So I just want to throw out those numbers. We have a number of constituencies with less than 2,500, in some cases less than 2,000 voters. And we are duty-bound to, at some point, Madam Speaker, address these vast differences in number of persons in each constituency and the distance and amount of land mass and the amount of water that you have to cover in order to get to your constituents. The other matter we have to address is the difference, actually the amount that is allocated per constituency and whether or not the time has come to look at a different amount depending on what constituency you represent, Madam Speaker. There has to be serious consideration given to that because our brother McIntosh represents Michael, same 150,000 in terms of capital grant, which this Parliament, I think more than previous or similar to some, but certainly more than previous, those funds are used for a variety of things, not just capital works, because of the pressures, Madam Speaker, that have been put on any number of member of Parliament. And so I believe the time has come for us to revisit these kinds of subjects and have a sober discussion about what is the appropriate amount of allocation, and what portion is exclusively for capital work and what portion is for other types of events members of Parliament would put on. So that, again, Madam Speaker, you can both protect some members of Parliament from themselves, as well as you can make sure that all of us, in a very narrow way, comply with the law. So it is my hope, Madam Speaker, that again, that these are matters we would have a chance to discuss in a more wholesome or fulsome going forward. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, would you sit on your feet? I'd gladly sit, and then we'll come back in the next sitting and do that. Would you like me to yield? No. Would you like me to yield? Okay. All right. So, Madam Speaker, just for the benefit of those persons in Marco City and otherwise, the member for Fox Hill was saying those recommendations, which I gather he agreed with. If we wrote the bill, he would actually support it. So, Madam Speaker, we'd gladly take him up on that. The only problem is most times the member of Parliament for Fox Hill is not supported by his colleagues. And so, for example, Madam Speaker, on the banking regulations, we were twins on the banking regulations. We both agreed that we needed to revise the banking regulations. And I don't think there was much daylight between us, but obviously his cabinet colleagues did not see things the same way he did. And so as soon as he's able to get concurrence from his colleague on the point he just made, we'd gladly do that. If not, of course, once government changes this year, we'll proceed and we'll take care of that. But, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to share just some broad figures. I said yesterday that I believe the amount of funds allocated to works in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, for example, is somewhere around $220 or so million. Let's just say it's north of $175 million for this period. But I believe it's somewhere around 220 million. And we believe, the people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, deserves the very best this country has to offer. And so this is not a judgment call on what they deserve. It is merely to show a distinction between constituencies. So East Grand Bahama has 6,500 persons. A wide expanse, Marco City have what? 6,290. I doubt seriously that there is a $1 million allocation for the constituency. So again, so when we talk about parity in terms of constituencies, it is an interesting thing for us to look at the way in which allocations are made. And so when we're talking about the various constituencies and representation, we should take a deeper dive on this subject, because the truth of the matter is not all constituencies, regardless of a member of parliament, receives its fair share from the national budget in addressing the particular concerns and needs of constituents. And of course, in Grand Bahama, we have a unique situation where a segment of the constituencies are in the Freeport area. I heard a discussion yesterday by some members from their seat and others on their feet talking about the implementation or the transformation of infrastructure and the implementation of new systems, water systems in the country in different constituencies. And one of the points that was made by some members from the government side is that, oh, that's a GBPA function. What I found interesting about that, Madam Speaker, and it takes me back to, I believe, 2016, 2017, when I spearheaded the paving of a couple of areas in Marco City, as well as the installation of water lines. In Marco City, we have 1.7 miles of roads unpaved. You have developers who develop communities. Some of them are no longer alive, Madam Speaker. They have neglected to put in light and water in these particular areas. So the question is, who's culpable? Who has aided and abetted these developers in neglecting their duties? One, the Grand Bahama Port Authority, because my argument to them when I had approached them on the water situation as well as paving is that you provided occupancy certificates to individuals to move into homes where the developer did not discharge their duties. Who else is culpable? Central government. These are our voters. So we're talking about representation, Fort Charlotte. You ask about how it relates to the resolution. It's very straightforward. And so, no, I did not invite. If you are concurring with what I'm saying.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, the topic today is not the allocation of the budget. The topic today is the constituency boundaries report.
Yes, affecting the people.
Madam Speaker, whatever framework the honourable member for Marco City would wish to propose, the Constitution defines the parameters. And just to remind the member, it says that I'm going to be brief, and I'm not wandering over the place. In carrying out, Madam Speaker, in carrying out a review for the purpose of this article, and that's Article 70, the Commission shall be guided. The Commission shall be guided by the general consideration that the number of votes entitled to vote for the purpose of electing every member of the House of Assembly shall, just bear with me, shall, so far as reasonably practicable, be the same, and then it goes on, as the needs of sparsely populated areas. The practicality of elected members maintaining contact with electors in such areas. Size, physical features. You can say anything about me. I'm talking about the Constitution. Natural boundaries. That's nonsense. Natural boundaries and geographical isolation. It doesn't talk about any mathematical parity. It's dealing, and Madam Speaker, one may imply motive and subterfuge, but the Constitution and the calculation was made and unanimously agreed. And signed. Signed, sealed, and delivered. And it is this Constitution. Now, I don't know whether the members proposing at some point in the future, when they have an opportunity to change the Constitution. But this debate today is dealing with the Constitution and the carrying out of a constitutional function.
Madam,
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I'm amazed. I've held the member in such high esteem. I'm not in any way, Madam Speaker. I'm not in any way, Madam Speaker, seeking to rewrite the parameters of this particular boundaries commission. I've already said. I've already heard you. Why don't you listen now, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker. We have already indicated that we support the resolution. I'm finished with that. I move on to something that the Member of Parliament is retiring not to do, and that is to continue to represent my constituents. And what I'm saying about the people that I represent is that there are some needs. I have a right in this debate to say that. I'm not trying to conflate the issue. I'm using this occasion and this resolution to talk about issues of the constituents I'm concerned about. What the hell is he talking about? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? So Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm talking. What is he running on with? What is he running on with? What is he running on with? Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I will have that comment by the member for Marcos City. Stricken from the
Madam
record.
Speaker, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase it, Madam Speaker. Let me rephrase it, Madam Speaker. What in heaven's name is the Member of Parliament saying when I am seeking to talk about some needs that exist in my constituency, the constituency I have the honor of representing, that does not benefit from the allocation in the same way from Ministry of Work to tackle infrastructural issues like installing water lines, like roads being paved. So I clearly understand the distinction. I mean, he has no monopoly on understanding what a resolution is, Madam Speaker. So for him to get up and run on with this diatribe of something that does not relate to what I'm saying, I'm concerned. And so, Madam Speaker, the point I was making is so there are those of us who represent constituencies. Because right now, we're talking about representation, and in my view, I have a right to talk about allocations that constituencies like mine seldom benefit from like other constituencies. And all I've done is use this resolution as the backdrop to make that point, which is separate and apart from what he's running on with. And so, Madam Speaker, 1.7 miles of roads unpaved. most of those roads with no water lines and no electrical infrastructure for street lights. And so, Madam Speaker, as the government looks to do work in Grand Bahama, it should also look at portions of East Grand Bahama, portions of Central Grand Bahama, portions of Pine Ridge, in particular Hudson Estates, and Marco City, where there are still issues, Madam Speaker, of again, unpaved road, miles of them. Of course, lights that are not installed, and water lines where people are still using pumps that are operated by generators. So in the case of a climatic event, Madam Speaker, persons are without both, without water and light. And so, Madam Speaker, when we talk about representation and having access to what comes from a central budget, there are communities in the Bahamas who do not benefit. In much the same way, we believe it is difficult to have parity in representation because of geography, Madam Speaker. And again, in the case of again, Marco City, parts of East Grand Bahama, Pine Ridge, and Central, it would be good for us to look at how we can, in a more direct way, like a number of other communities, benefit from this budget. And so I was saying earlier, some constituencies benefit from $220 million worth of allocation, and others, in terms of direct allocation from the budget, does not benefit from $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other thing that's important when one is considering boundary lines is the consistent complaint by Bahamians that sometimes we take a historic community or homogeneous community and we then run a line right through it. So whether you're talking about the separation of parts of Fox Hill or the separation of parts of Baintown, etc. And so I think in future discussions relative to boundary cuts, cultural communities ought to be looked at as well, Madam Speaker. And so in the case of applying, for example, an over-the-hill incentive program, if you then say for historical communities, Adelaide, Baintown, Fox Hill, etc., are you able to then, again, apply it to a Fox Hill constituency, or you confine it then to the cultural community of Fox Hill? And those are things that I think in future consideration of boundaries that we ought to then clarify. I would think that you would want to keep these historical communities in the same particular boundaries. Madam Speaker, with respect to this report, as we have indicated, we support the report. But we lay this at a time, Madam Speaker, where there are many Bahamians who are facing some very serious issues in this country, Madam Speaker. And so I wish, Madam Speaker, to now conclude my report by citing, Madam Speaker, some of the challenges that Bahamians. I'm sorry? No, he's retiring. So, Madam Speaker, some of those issues, Madam Speaker, include the small home repair contractors, vendors who are providing services, Madam Speaker, to our hospital, Madam Speaker, including those, Madam Speaker, who provide medicines. I represent a constituency, Madam Speaker, where, and I'm sure it's not entirely unique, where we have to assist residents who are unable, in some cases, to get medication from the hospital. So again, they're going to private entities to not only get medication, but also diagnostic services. Madam Speaker, this country over the last 4 years have generated somewhere around $12 billion in revenue. The question is, Madam Speaker, how do we get to a point in 2026 where some of the most basic needs that people have for medication, affordable medication, basic needs, diagnostic equipment in our healthcare facilities, that they do not have access to them? Our hearts go out to the people in Andros who recently lost their livelihood because of the fire, Madam Speaker. There have been consistent complaints about providing fire trucks. We've heard the member for Fox Hill get up on his feet and talk about the adequacy of equipment on certain islands. He was talking about Grand Bahama, and he was flatly wrong. I'm sure the member for North Andros, again, would raise this issue. We have to do better. Having made $12 billion over the 4-year period, you mean we are unable to provide adequate equipment to safeguard the livelihood of our people? These are very serious challenges. These are the kinds of things that Fort Charlotte should direct his attention to, Madam Speaker, trying to address the needs of the people. This is not a lecture hall, Madam Speaker, for him to run on with some esoteric argument. This is about how do you secure the livelihood of our people. Madam Speaker, I was very tempted, Madam Speaker. I was very tempted, Madam Speaker. But I can say the spirit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker. We have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, through the Tourism Development Corporation. We have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to empower residents without reference to any political persuasion in terms of developing the kinds of attractions that would allow us to benefit more from the cruise passengers that come to this country. Clearly, the Minister of Tourism has not been able to find the formula or the strategy to increase stopover visitors. At a minimum, the Tourism Development Corporation can collaborate with the creative community in terms of helping to create compelling attractions that will be able, Madam Speaker, to extract a greater amount of the funds that tourists spend when they stop here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the items, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to raise against the backdrop of us supporting this resolution so they could stop this argument that we do not support. We do fully support this resolution, but we do have concerns as well. With those few words, Marco City rests, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South and Central Andros.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to make this contribution on behalf of the people I'm privileged to represent across Andros. I make this presentation in full support of the constituency being formally named Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. And I do so with clarity of purpose and respect for the communities involved. This is a modest but meaningful adjustment. It does not alter the character of the constituency, nor does it change its composition. It simply ensures that our official name reflects the full reality of the people who have always been a part of this seat. Central Andros has long been included in this constituency in population, in community life, and in shared responsibility. What we do today is allow the name to finally tell the complete and accurate story, Madam Speaker. It is also important in this moment to speak directly. Put your mic up. Yes, I'll start over, Madam Speaker. That's fine, I only have 2 minutes. Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for the opportunity to make this contribution on behalf of the people I'm privileged to represent across Andros. I make this presentation in full support of the constituency being formally named Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. And I do so with clarity of purpose and respect for the communities involved. This is a modest but meaningful adjustment. It does not alter the character of the constituency, nor does it change its composition. It simply ensures that our official name reflects the full reality of the people who have always been a part of this seat. Central Andros has long been included in this constituency in population, in community life, and in shared responsibility. What we do today is allow the name to finally tell the complete and accurate story. Honorable Speaker, it is also important in this moment to speak directly and reassuringly to the people. Let me say plainly that this change does not carry any threat of any boundaries being altered. No movement of constituencies and no disruption to the great representation they've come to love. No one is being shifted, no lines are being redrawn, and no voice is being weakened. Madam Speaker, although this may be called a boundary exercise, in this instance for Andros, it is simply a naming exercise. The constituency remains exactly as it has always been, anchored in the same settlements, the same families, and the same shared interests. What is being affirmed here is stability, not uncertainty, and recognition, not change. In a political season where questions can arise quickly and concerns can travel far, it is the responsibility of this Parliament to speak with steadiness and assurance. The people deserve to know that their place is secure, their community respected, and their representation intact. Names matter because they acknowledge presence. They signal belonging. By formally including Central Andros in the constituency name, we are not expanding the constituency. We are acknowledging those who were always there. We are saying clearly and respectfully, you have always belonged, and now the record truly reflects the truth. This is a warm and welcoming step. It invites no division and causes no disruption. It simply aligns our official language with lived reality. When governance reflects the truth on the ground, confidence grows and trust is strengthened. Honorable Speaker, today we do not redefine the constituency, we affirm it. We do not change the people, we honor them. And we do not in any way say, that is clear, inclusive and worthy of this House. I commend this adjustment to the House and to the people of Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, whose voices I continue to carry and who continue to shape our shared future. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros fully supports this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Yes.
I agree with that change.
I need all them votes.
As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Madam Speaker, firstly I give thanks to the Almighty for His bountiful blessings. I thank the Prime Minister, Philip Davis, and the Progressive Liberal Party for entrusting me to serve in this capacity. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take a page from the member for St. Barnabas' book. I will not be long. I rise today with a deep sense of duty, humility, and conviction as the elected member of Parliament and for Baines and Grandstown, the very people who entrusted me with their voice and sent me here to this honorable House to speak on their behalf. Madam Speaker, before I go into the meat of my presentation, I would like to inform and invite members of this House and the Bahamian people, especially the people from Baines and Grandstown, to the Dr. Bernard B.J. Nottage Baines and Grandstown's 6th annual Fun Run Walk and Health Expose on Saturday, the 17th of January 2026, commencing at 6 a.m. at the Southern Recreation Grounds. Madam Speaker, this is our way of memorializing Dr. Nottage for his contributions to this country as a physician,
as a member of the B3As, and most importantly, as a member of Parliament and representative for the Baines and Grandstand constituency. With that being said, Madam Speaker, this debate on the boundaries report is not merely about lines on a map. It's about representation, fairness, constitutional responsibility, and the evolving needs of our democracy. Madam Speaker, let me say from the outset, change is inevitable in a developing democracy. Growth brings new challenges, and leadership demands that we confront those challenges honestly and responsibly, not with fear, not with misinformation, and certainly not with political theatrics. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Prime Minister for demonstrating respect for the Bahamas' Constitution by engaging the Boundaries Commission and accepting its final report. This government did not act unilaterally. It did not manipulate the process. It followed the rule of law, respected the institutions, and upheld the democratic framework that governs us all. Madam Speaker, I further commend the Boundary Commission for the work that it has done. Work that was thorough, deliberate, and grounded in constitutional principles. Special recognition must be given to you, Madam Speaker, as chair of the Commission, for your leadership, which I am certain ensured that the process was conducted with integrity, transparency, and professionalism. Madam Speaker, I must address the opposition's position in this matter. It is deeply disappointing, indeed disingenuous, for members opposite to now attempt to cast aspersions on the process that they themselves were a part of. Let the record reflect that the opposition had representation on the Boundaries Commission. They participated, they deliberated, and they signed off on the final recommendations. Madam Speaker, one should not sit at the dining room table, eat the meal, then proceed to the exit of the dining room and complain about the taste of the food or its presentation. That's being disingenuous, Madam Speaker. You cannot endorse a process, or you should not endorse a process and later pretend that you weren't fully in agreement. Let me say that again. Madam Speaker, you should not endorse a process and later pretend that you weren't fully in agreement or that you were tricked.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Again, for clarity, the member for Marco City was clear about our support for the report. We did not suggest, indicate, put out there anything about being tricked. We just maintain, Madam Speaker, that signing the report does not negate the duty of the opposition to still talk about how things could be better in a constructive way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, this House and the Bahamian people deserve better than manufactured indignation and selective amnesia. Madam Speaker, the adjustments of the boundaries and the addition of seats is nothing new. And in this particular case, Madam Speaker, it's warranted. It has happened before. Each time it happens, there are arguments for and against. This is the nature of democracy. But I'm going to get to that. But what must guide us, Madam Speaker, is not emotions or political convenience. It must be the principles for which we adhere to. Madam Speaker, if numbers matters, Madam Speaker, if number matters, they do, if fairness matters, and it must, if all members of Parliament are to be treated equally, or as close to it as possible, then changes must be made from time to time to ensure that no member of Parliament carries an unreasonable burden and no constituent or constituency is underrepresented. Madam Speaker, equal representation means equal work. And let us be honest with ourselves. Those of us who serve in the House know the realities of the ground. We know that representation is not abstract. Representation is knocking on doors. Representation is attending funerals and community meetings and family events. Representation is standing in the hot sun at clinics and food drives. Representation is about knowing hospital visiting hours, how to locate the various wards, because like doctors, Madam Speaker, we too have constituents who are patients at the hospital. Representation is about showing up time and time again. It's about showing up for the people who elected us. And we also know how Bahamians feel when they cannot see their member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, most constituents want to see us every day. And while this is humanly impossible, it underscores the expectation of access and presence. And I think, Madam Speaker, this is what this process is all about. When constituent numbers become too large, meaningful representation becomes more difficult. This is not theory, Madam Speaker, it's reality. So when we talk about boundary changes and the addition of new seats, let us admit, without fear or without pretense, that this is a long overdue process, especially in Golden Isles and West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Madam Speaker, to pretend otherwise is to ignore the population shift, is to ignore development patterns and the realities of modern governance. Madam Speaker, I wish to speak personally for a moment. As a result of these changes, I will be losing the good constituents in the former polling division number 5 of Baines and Grantstown, and now polling division number 13 of Fort Charlotte. Madam Speaker, over time, I've developed lasting relationship with those constituents. I've built trust, mutual respect, and shared struggles. To those constituents, I say thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your confidence. And thank you for allowing me to serve as your Member of Parliament. At this time, Madam Speaker, permit me to recognize a few constituents in polling Division 5 whom I became extra familiar with. Yvonne Pratt and her family in Quarry Mission Road. Roger Gomez, Melanie and Kendrick Hyler, Leanne Oliver and family through McQuay Street. Elizabeth Innes from Quarry Mission Road. Elvis Anderson and family through Corey Mission Road. Teresa Bandelaire from Roslyn Street East. Eureka Colebrook and family of Nassau Street. All the sisters at St. Martin's Convent on Nassau Street. Tanea, Elle, and Mina, and Ethel Brown, may she rest in peace, and the entire family of Corey Mission Road. Andrew Colebrook and Paula Hepburn and family from Corey Mission Road as well. The Turnquest family from Miners Lane. Miss Janice Roll and family from Tyler Street. Apostle Dwayne Sanders and Prophetess Verna Roll from Tyler Street. Madam Speaker, there's so many more friends and families, too numerous to mention at this particular time. But I say to you all, I will miss you dearly. But Madam Speaker, though boundaries may shift and the bonds we form and the work we did together will change, but it will always remain. I am duly obligated to walk with the new PLP, Progressive Liberal Party candidate, Mr. Sebas Bastian, to introduce him and garner the same support and the number of votes given to me or more in 2021. The current polling division 10 in Baines and Grandson, Madam Speaker, is now polling division 5. Madam Speaker, the current polling division 10 in Baines and Grantstown is now polling division 5 upon passing of this order. Hence, I encourage all of the constituents of Baines and Grantstown to register and verify as soon as possible to make certain that they are not impacted negatively as a result of the changes. Madam Speaker, to those who constantly criticize change are often the most comfortable with the past. There are those who see adjustments as a threat rather than as an opportunity. But leadership demands that we see beyond yesterday and act with tomorrow in mind. Progress, Madam Speaker, requires courage. Governance requires honesty, and democracy requires adaptation. We cannot remain frozen in time while the country grows around us. So today, Madam Speaker, I stand in support of these boundary changes, and I do so not for political convenience, but because I am convinced that these changes are for the better. Better for the representation, better for fairness, and better for the Bahamian people. Let us rise above grandstanding. Let us speak with integrity, and let us govern with wisdom. And let history record that when the moment demanded honesty and leadership, this Parliament chose progress over fear and truth over theatrics. Madam Speaker, may God bless this honorable assembly, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Madam Speaker, my counterpart, who is now Central, Mangrove Key and South Andros, did 3 minutes. I'm trying to march out even less, eh? just put it on the record. Madam Speaker, I missed this afternoon devotion. Slight traffic there, here on Bay Street. But I want to say I want to start by saying, this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. To God be the glory for great things he has done. And I want to remind the opposition again, as I started yesterday, when you know better, you do better. To the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, who also serves as our Prime Minister, I say thank you for the opportunity to serve and to be a part of this administration and the one ahead in 2026. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of gratitude and responsibility to the people of North Andros and the Berry Islands, whom I've had the honor to serve and represent in this honorable House. To the residents of the Berry Islands, I begin by saying thank you for the trust, confidence, and support you have extended to me during this term. I remain grateful and humbled by the opportunity to serve. I reaffirm my commitment to completing the work we began together on advancing future-focused initiatives we discuss for your community. Madam Speaker, as this House considers the boundaries resolution, it is important that we place on the record not just policy intent, but clarity of representation. Boundary matters because representation matters. I therefore rise today to formally place on the record the geographic scope of North Andros constituency, which defines the communities and people I am honored to represent in this honorable House. The constituency begins at Sandy Creek on the eastern coast of Andros and extends westward across the island, passing the main highway and Twin Lake Road and continuing northward to Stafford Creek. From there, it reaches the western shoreline, follows the high water mark of the sea along the western and northern coast of Andros. These boundaries include settlements of Red Bays, Low Sound, Morgan's Bluff, Nicholstown, Countstown, Mastic Point, Blanket Sound, and Stanyard Creek. The boundary then continues alongside the eastern coastline, returning on Sandy Creek, thereby forming a complete, coherent, and clearly defined constituency. Madam Speaker, the North Andros constituency also includes all islands and keys situated 13 miles off North Andros, including the Jolter Keys. This inclusion is significant. It ensures proper parliamentary representation for our maritime communities and affirm responsibilities for marine resources, communities, fisheries, environmental protection, and sustainable development within this region. Madam Speaker, these boundaries are not just a boundary chart or district layout or geographic outlines. They represent families, livelihoods, culture, and communities that depend on effective representation, equitable access to services, and responsible governance. The boundaries resolution recognizes these realities. It reflects population balance, geographic continuity, and the community identity, particularly in the family islands constituencies such as North Andros and the Berry Islands, where distance, access, and the economic structure requires thoughtful and deliberate representation. For the people of North Andros, this clarity strengthens advocacy for agriculture, fishing, infrastructure, youth development, and environmental stewardship. It allows for focused representation that understands the land, the waters, and the people depend on both. For the people of the Berry Islands, this report reinforces your voice in this Parliament. It ensures that your unique transportation, tourism development, cost of living, healthcare access, and economic opportunity are not overshadowed, but addressed with intent and fairness. Madam Speaker, clear boundaries strengthen accountability. They ensure that constituents know who represents them, that the members of Parliament know precisely who they are responsible to serve. This builds trust, transparency, and confidence in our democratic system. Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand for every settlement, every shoreline, and every key within the North Andros constituency. I remain committed to serving all who had called North Andros and the Berry Islands their home, and to ensure that the work we have begun continues fairly, responsibly, and with vision. May God continue to bless North Andros and the Berry Islands and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. NABI supports this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've heard a lot of contributions today, and this is a very serious part of our parliamentary process, Madam Speaker, that we're debating through this resolution. Changes to our boundaries. There is a history in the Bahamas of allegations of gerrymandering, Madam Speaker. But none of those issues are here with this report, as far as any members having not raised a claim yet. I'm not going to raise any of the claims. I'm appreciative of receiving more constituents to represent, which I will now have roughly 250 or 280 constituents in the Little Blair constituency, as well as the southern side of St. Andrews Drive communities coming out of Freetown. So another F&M stronghold, Madam Speaker, is coming into the constituents of St. Anne's. And whether it's F&M strongholds or PLP strongholds, I represent them all, Madam Speaker, and I do so with impartiality. I'm grateful to the residents of Little Blair and to St. Andrews Drive for joining. There is a process that will need to be confirmed if you take your voters' cards in and have them change your address after this resolution and order gets signed by the Governor General, making these proposed boundary changes effective. They will then mark on your card that your constituency is no longer Freetown, but it is St. Anne's, and we welcome you to St. Anne's. I've been very active already in that community. Every Christmas I do my duty as Santa Claus, and I've also addressed issues with regard to drainage in that community as well, Madam Speaker. But what I've found is that if I can start with the questions I have on the description in this draft order. So this is a draft order that we have as part of this resolution. Once this draft order is settled through the proceedings here today, it'll be the Governor General to sign off on. In the first schedule, where it sets out the constituencies in the Providence, there is the schedule description on page 22 for the St. Anne's constituency. Now, the way these descriptions go, they're actually describing the outline of the constituency. They're not getting into the interior roads, interior neighborhoods. But when you have adjoining constituencies, there's going to be a primary road that divides those two constituencies. One, in this case, St. Anne's, is going to have the northern side of Step Street, and Fox Hill is going to have the southern side of Step Street. So what you would typically find is that it would, for instance, if we look at page 22, and I'll just bring the attention to any member that's going to actually propose these amendments to the draft. 10th line from the bottom of the description on page 22. The line starts to the terminus of Grasshopper Road, thence southwardly along Grasshopper Road to Johnson Road Estates. That should read thence southwardly along the center line of Grasshopper Road. So if you look at the description of Fox Hill, Fox Hill's description refers to Fox Hill's boundary as running along the center line of Grasshopper Road. The other side of that center line is St. Anne's. So that's one of the two changes, and it's for the same issue that I'm proposing, Madam Speaker, be made to this description of St. Anne's before the draft order is finalized and given to the Governor General. The second is in relation to Step Street, and what you'll find in the 9th line, which reads Estates Road to the junction of Brainan Road, then southwardly along the center line of Johnson Road to the junction of Gage Way, Step Street, and Adderley Street, then eastwardly along Step Street to Fox Hill Road. So as this description would include all of Step Street as part of St. Anne's, when historically, as I said, the north side of Step Street is St. Anne's, the south side of Step Street is Fox Hill. So the other proposed amendment is that this description of Step Street reads, thence eastwardly along the center line of Step Street to Fox Hill Road. Those are the two amendments that need to be made. This is going to the head of state, Madam Speaker, so they need to be made to this description of the St. Anne's constituency before signed off on by the Governor General. Another issue that has been brought to my attention by one of my colleagues is with regard to the description of Killarney. Killarney, well, before I get to Killarney, I know that we heard a lot of the total number. St. Anne's is going up to 16 polling divisions. There's going to be, from every review I've made of the draft order, there's no other constituency with more polling divisions than St. Anne's. So St. Anne's has the most polling divisions, Madam Speaker, in all of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, if I can now move to page 16 of the draft order for Killarney. This relates to the use of the name for one of the roads that's a primary boundary of the new revised Killarney constituency. Killarney and St. James share this boundary, and the road in the description is referred to as Serenity Boulevard. So roughly the 20th line from the bottom of page 16, it refers to Serenity Boulevard, thence southeastwardly along the center line of Serenity Boulevard. On the map attached to the order, it's impossible to see any of the road names in Killarney. That's because of the entire size. The map's been reduced so that you can't make out exactly what roads, what neighborhoods are in it simply by looking at it. But one of those roads, Madam Speaker, this road here, which comes down from what would be John F. K. going into almost into Western Road there, that's Serenity. So that goes to the Serenity subdivision in the back there. Now, there's no name on the plan. Since this is a primary boundary road and it's referred to in the description, the map should reflect the name of the road. And that leaves the question, what is the correct name of the road? Now, what you have, Madam Speaker, is the name that's included in the draft order as Serenity Boulevard. And then you have at least two other names, Madam Speaker. If you were to look on Apple Maps, I have an image here on my device, Madam Speaker. Apple Maps refers to that road as Southwest Beach Road. And it, with Serenity, it has on this map Tennyson's Bar and Grill. So that's the same Serenity community. On this map, On Apple Maps, it's referred to as Southwest Beach Road. In the description, it's referred to as Serenity Boulevard. And when you look at Google Maps, Madam Speaker, when you look at Google Maps online, it refers to the road as Serenity Drive. So there's 3 different names being used. Obviously, those that have prepared this report in draft order have access to the Ministry of Works list of road and street names. So I'm presuming the correct name is Serenity Boulevard, but it may also be Southwest Beach Road. It may be Serenity Drive, and it's definitely not included on the map. So let's have the name of the road confirmed. If it's what's in the schedule, keep it as Serenity Boulevard and make sure that it goes on the map so that when those voters get to the polls or when an issue comes up as to where somebody lives, and when all of these voters' cards begin to issue the names for persons that live along that road that should be voting in either, because this is a dividing road, should be voting in either Killarney or St. James, that the name of the road they're on is properly identified. So those are 3 technical, non-controversial. Excuse me? Yes. Yeah. I began by reciting Serenity Boulevard, but it's not mentioned on the map. The map doesn't include the road, and then Apple Maps has it as Southwest. Google Maps has it as Serenity Drive. In mine it does, in yours it refers to the center line. So the same. You're saying there's a conflict between the 2 descriptions. Correct. Yeah. So going back to the issue with the description of St. Anne's, the order should refer to Grasshopper. The order should refer to Grasshopper Road in St. Anne's, then southeastwardly along the center line of Grasshopper Road, and also further down, thence eastwardly along the center line of Step Street to Fox Hill Road. Madam Speaker, what I want to conclude with is what is a reality that we're being faced with due to the current state of the voting register and maybe the work that's ongoing at the Parliamentary Registration Department. And what I mean by that is that there was a document produced by the Parliamentary Registration Department, and that document identified in the polling division 10 of St. Anne's that in the last election, the representative Shanice Renee Miller for the Coalition of Independents received 114 votes, and it has Adrian White for the F&M receiving 99 votes, when the official record that the St. Anne's campaign took on election day was that Adrian White, F&M, in polling division 10 received 114 votes. So this record produced by the Parliamentary Registration Department is inaccurate on that point. There's also additional inaccuracies, Madam Speaker, or additional inconsistencies. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that this report has a total number of voters, total votes 3492, and total not voted 1981 in the 2021 election. This is a document produced by the Parliamentary Registration Department, and they're saying that there was 5,473 voters registered at the 2021 election. Our sheets, our record, Madam Speaker, which would have been based on the Parliamentary registration record at the time shows that there was 5,301 voters. So that's a difference of, Madam Speaker, 172. So the document produced by the Parliamentary Registration Department speaking to the 2021 election has 172 more people, and that's a recent document, now voting in 2021 than we did on the day voting in 2021. So, Madam Speaker, there's also another curiosity with regard to these records, and that is that in August of 2025, there was a total number of registered voters. This is August, okay? So the Parliament, the Boundaries Commission report hadn't been finalized. You'll remember that we were either waiting until the end of December or waiting until the beginning of Christmas, the beginning of January, for the parliamentary report to be issued. And it's dated December 29th, 2025. It was tabled in the House in draft roughly a week to 2 weeks ago. And only based on that report was there ever this expectation that the polling division from Freetown was going to be added to St. Anne's. So what is interesting is that even though that report was done in December, and a whole lot of hullabaloo's been made up about the fact that that a member from the opposition signed it, the report from December 10th, Madam Speaker. So in August, St. Anne's has 15 polling divisions. December 10th, that's 19 days before the report. The December 10th parliamentary registration official document issued and distributed identified that there would be 16 polling divisions in the St. Anne's constituency. So the Parliamentary Registration Department was issuing legal documents pursuant to its powers, which stem from the Constitution, Madam Speaker, and it was already identifying that St. Anne's had 16 constituencies. We had 5,419 registered voters, and in the 16th constituency, Madam Speaker, it said voter number, total number of voters in this polling station, 1. So before the report was produced, Madam Speaker, before the report was produced, the Parliamentary Registration Department was already advising the public that there were 16 constituencies in the St. Anne's constituency. The Governor General hasn't even signed off on the order yet. It's in draft form. But there are documents being circulated to the public from as early as December 10th, potentially earlier, showing that St. Anne's has 16 polling divisions. And that's only if this order goes through, Madam Speaker. So some things are moving at a speed faster than light. It's into the future, Madam Speaker. And some documents are being produced that show St. Anne's in 2021 having 172 more registered voters than in 2021 it actually had on the registry. My closing message is to the voters. Whether you're a PLP voter, whether you're a St. Anne's voter, the only way, Madam Speaker, that there will be certainty in this upcoming election, the only way to avoid any confusion over the accuracy of these registries, and a question that came up in the last by-election, where statements were made by members of the government side that they had difficulty finding hundreds of registered voters. The only way to stay clear of any doubt is to go out and vote on the day. Make sure that you vote, make sure that your spouse votes, make sure that your children vote, make sure that your Grammy, your granddad votes, get your friends out to vote, get your neighbors out to vote. Voting in this Commonwealth takes, on average, 30 minutes. That is roughly one episode of Stranger Things or whatever it is, the television show that you like to watch on Netflix, the episodes that you watch on YouTube. It's your constitutional right to vote in this election, and this, as with every other election before, is as important. If you're a young person, you have the chance now to be at the beginning of the next 50 years of your career. I'm 50 years old. Madam Speaker, you have some members of Parliament that soon, if they get reelected, they'll be in their 80s. Why not have representatives that are in their 20s? Why not have representatives that are in their 30s and 40s? Those depend on the people that apply to the parties to run, but every individual has the power to make a decision in their country, and the biggest way they can do that is by voting. So, Madam Speaker, to all members of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, from Matthewtown and Agua, all the way up to Bimini, to West Grand Bahama, all through St. Anne's, the expanded St. Anne's, let's make this an election where we show the world that we have large voter turnouts. Let's get out the vote, and let's vote the way you think your country needs to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exeter and Ragged Island. Speaker.
Is for the adjusted finance. So that means that on a pro rata basis, let me rephrase, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking like a finance person. But let me say for the people of St. Anne's that the numbers reflected in the boundaries report reflects polling division number 4 that's moved from the Freetown constituency to the St. Anne's constituency. So if you looked at the numbers of number 4 in Freetown and you added to the numbers in 2021 of St. Anne's, that would be the number reflected in the report. I hope that's clear. It is the adjusted St. Anne's, not the old St. Anne's, that's reflected in the report. It's the point I'm making, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of the great constituency, as it is now, of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, with a deep sense of responsibility and optimism to support the Boundaries Commission report for the Bahamas. But before I get into that, Madam Speaker, to the families and loved ones across West Grand Bahama and Bimini constituency who are grieving their loss of Gaddafi Mott, Irma Jones Monroe, and Garcia Ferguson, a 22-year-old young man. Words feel inadequate in the face of such profound sorrow. I share in your pain and stand with you in this difficult time. Please accept my deepest condolences. Madam Speaker, really and truly, this document is more than a collection of geographical shifts. It is a vital step toward ensuring that every Bahamian voice carries the weight it deserves in this honorable place. As we look toward the next chapter of our democracy, we must recognize that boundaries are not just lines on a map, but the very framework of our representation. Madam Speaker, the importance of this report cannot be overstated because representation is the lifeblood of our sovereignty. When electoral lines remain stagnant while population shifts, we create a silent crisis of inequality. Some citizens end up with an outsized influence, while others find their voices drowned out by sheer volume. Madam Speaker, for the voting public, clear and logical boundaries are the only way to ensure that the person sitting in this place can actually hear the heartbeat of their community. The Davis administration has shown immense foresight here, choosing to confront the reality of our changing demographics rather than letting our democratic foundations erode through neglect. We are not just moving lines. We are restoring the principle of fairness. Madam Speaker, I wish to turn my focus to the transformative changes proposed for the West Grand Bahama constituency. Under this report, we are finally seeing a boundary that makes geographical and social sense. The inclusion of 2 additional polling divisions taken from Central Grand Bahama is a move that has already sparked a wave of optimism. As I move through these communities, the residents are not just hopeful, they are eager. This is no slight toward the member for Central Grand Bahama. And now, with the help of the good Lord, they are coming home to the banner of the Progressive Liberal Party. Come on. For the first time in a very long time, West Grand Bahama will truly be one whole unit, stretching from the resilience of Hepburn Town all the way to the historic shores of West End. I am deeply honored to welcome those constituents into this fold, and I am ready to ensure they feel the full embrace of a representative who views them not as an addition, but as an essential part of the family. Madam Speaker, if only for a moment, let us be practical and honest about the demands placed on a representative in an archipelagic nation. By reducing the physical span of the constituency, we are not making the job easier. We are making the representative more effective. Madam Speaker, the subtraction of Bimini from West Grand Bahama to be combined with the Berry Islands allows for a level of intimate representation we have not seen in decades. These are 2 communities defined by the sea, by boutique tourism, and by a close-knit social fabric. When you bring Bimini and the Berry Islands together, you create a constituency where a representative can walk the docks of Alice Town and the settlements of Great Harbor Key with a singular focus. This is about quality over quantity. It is about ensuring that no small settlement feels like a distant footnote to a larger population center. We are creating a seat where the representative can truly know the names, the faces, and the specific dreams of every household. Madam Speaker, this kind of forward-thinking boundary adjustment is a hallmark of maturing democracies across our region. If we look to our neighbors in Jamaica or Barbados, we see a consistent history of constitutional commissions that are not afraid to redraw the map to ensure efficiency. In St. Kitts and Nevis, they have grappled with the same island-to-island representation challenges and moved toward configurations that prioritize the ease of access for the voter. We are following a proven regional blueprint that says a smaller, more concentrated constituency leads to a more engaged and satisfied electorate. We are aligning ourselves with the best of the Caribbean governance to ensure that the Bahamian system remains a gold standard for the world. And Madam Speaker, I commend the Davis-led administration for having the courage to do what is necessary rather than what is easy. They have looked at the data, listened to the concerns of representatives, and prioritized the interests of the Bahamian voter. Madam Speaker, this is a government that is not afraid of change when the change leads to progress. We are ensuring that the promise of one person, one vote, is backed by a system that makes every vote truly count. Madam Speaker, the changes outlined in this report are a victory for the people of West Grand Bahama and the Bimini alike. We are moving away from the era of overextended representation and into an era of precision and presence. It is time to embrace a map that looks like the Bahamas of today, not the Bahamas of the past. And I would like to thank the good people of Bimini for allowing me to represent them in this honorable house. West End and Bimini have become one over the many years. We are like family, literally, a bond that cannot be broken. My Aunt Chloe, my first cousins Aaron, Charmaine, and other cousins are there. My wife Tova is a Biminite, with many of her family members there. So no matter the split, Bimini, we will always be one. And so, Madam Speaker, West Grand, Bahama, and Bimini supports this report, and we look forward to the brighter, representative future it promises for every Bahamian. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm overjoyed to rise in this place yet again on behalf of the wonderful people of Long Island, who I have the honor and privilege of serving here for a second term. Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be very long tonight. I'm going to defer a few of the issues I wish to address to another session or another sitting. However, Madam Speaker, I firstly want to start by saying that I do support the resolution. I do have some comments as well, though. I recognize that this directly affects who gets represented, how votes carry. I appreciate how votes carry weight, and ultimately the fairness of our elections and how such reports relate to that fairness. Madam Speaker, I think when you look at these reports and you talk about boundaries and boundary cuts, I think we're at the point where maybe we should consider having more public engagement in the process and maybe doing such processes prior to well in advance of a general election. Boundary changes, as you know, Madam Speaker, are ideally agreed. I believe it should be agreed well ahead of election cycles, well ahead. And so the timing of a report could be divorced from any political consequences. Madam Speaker, I note that the report seeks to create a new seat in Bimini in the Barry Islands, and I think that is welcome. I know persons from Bimini who have long sought to have their own seat, and so maybe the coupling of Bimini and the Barry Islands is a good step forward. Madam Speaker, I want to also note, though, that with respect to, and I've heard that with respect to Long Island, we came very close to being Long Island and Ragged Island. It's like that before. Came very close to it, but I'm happy to hear that Exuma retained Long Island. Exuma retained Ragged Island. Madam Speaker, every time we redraw boundaries, the core question must be, does this improve the people's voice? Right? And so I think that's the key thing we must look at in terms of does it enhance democratic fairness and trust? Or is it just the adjustment of lines for mere convenience or political expedience? Madam Speaker, with respect to this report, with respect to this process, I think one of the things that going forward we should look at or consider is maybe introducing a requirement for greater public consultation, maybe town hall meetings, maybe public submissions, consultation with local government, sitting MPs, before the report is finalized and tabled. I think that, we know that boundaries and boundary changes can affect a community's identity, particularly when you look at places in Nassau, and so I think one of the things we should do going forward is have those consultative meetings and so on prior to finalizing and submitting such a report. With respect to the change exercises, so you know, to give public confidence and possible suspicion of electoral engineering, you know, giving folks time to know where the constituency boundary lines are, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, because we all know that, you know, there are natural communities, there are communities that have shared infrastructure, there are communities that have cultural, well, we all have the same culture, but closer ties, you know. You look at islands like Andros, for example, where the breaks are between North and Central and South, and other places. Michael, I believe, personally, that given the size of Michael and all the jumping from island to island, it's possible that that could be 2 seats when you look at how strenuous that could be on a single member of parliament. And so these are considerations I think should be had going forward. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, that's about all I have to say about this particular aspect of the debate. I want to pivot a bit, Madam Speaker, to my constituency. Firstly, we welcome the start of the runway works in Long Island, and the terminal works, whatever relates to the airport. We welcome that. However, Madam Speaker, there are some concerns, and I wish the Minister of Health, the member for Tall Pines, was here tonight. Oh, he's here. Tall Pines, you're out of your usual seat. I'm looking down there. Yeah. If you may. But I have a couple of concerns, Tall Pines, with respect to healthcare, and this ties into the airport. I see Exuma and Ragged Island left. But I spoke to the health care team on the island, and they have communicated to me a request. They're wanting to know if it's possible that consideration would be given to leaving, particularly if the airport strip in Dedmonski is not worked on immediately, to leaving that open for emergency flights only, because the airport is supposed to close, I think, sometime this week, maybe Friday, I believe. Because they note that the journey from Dedmonski, and anyone who knows Long Island, it's a really long island. The journey from Dedmonski to Stella Maris, they say, with a person who, say, have a head injury or possibly a heart situation or some critical concern, that could be really detrimental. And the drive itself, someone could lose their life. And then, you know, you have ongoing road works. And those road works also slow down the movement of traffic on the island, because the roads are now scarified and persons have to, you know, move slowly to get to wherever they need to go. So that's the concern that they wanted me to put to both yourself and the member for Exumas and Ragged Island, because I think, and I understand the point, believe me, if you think about that drive and it's a critical situation, the flight alone from Nassau takes, getting prepped and all that, takes about 2 hours to get there. And then you got an hour to drive down from Dedmonski. This is particularly as relates to incidents in Dedmonski, where the Dedmonski Clinic is and those areas. To drive from there down to Stella Maris. And so their view is that until the airport, the strip is actually touched, you could just leave it open for strictly for emergency flights until that point. So that's something to consider. Also, Tall Pines, with respect to, and Madam Speaker, with respect to, through you to Tall Pines, the ambulances, right? Here again, they're trying to figure out logistics, because there's one ambulance that's now operable. As you know, Tall Pines, there are 2 on the island, but there's one that's now operable on the island. And that ambulance is situated in the north. And, you know, it'll take an hour for them to drive up to the clinic, even with the sirens in the south, and to Dedmonski, and then an hour to come back down to bring persons to the Stella Maris airport. You see? So the concern is, firstly, the ambulance that is, the other ambulance, the one that was donated by Alive, a repair work is going to be carried out to bring that in line so that could be operational, or is another ambulance going to be sent in the interim? And I think it's important that we get another ambulance there, because when you think about the distance, persons are going to probably die in transit just because of the distance. And so it's important, and to all minds, I'm going to have a conversation with you outside of here as well. I think we need, though, a second ambulance, or to repair the one that is there that was donated by Alive, to ensure that these encumbrances we can get beyond. I'm going to talk about the road work shortly, but also Tall Pines. As you know, when persons are traveling with sick patients, or when the sick patients being transported, the nurses or the nurse and the doctor may have to go to the airport with them, and so they have to drive from Deadman's Key to the airport, and then those persons going off via Stella Maris. So here again, that creates some logistical issues that we'll have to be looking into. I think it's important that I put it on record. Certainly that's a major concern for my constituents, and I know for also your health professionals on the island. So the airport situation is causing some reaction, and I think, and I wanted to say this to Exuma, going forward, one of the things we have to do, because Bahamas is now going to be coming into Stella Maris, right? I think it's important that we reestablish Bahamas Air flights into Stella Maris. If they could use Stella Maris now, while the Deadman's Key Airport is closed, the people of North Long Island have impressed upon me the importance of Bahamas Air returning to provide direct service to Stella Maris, right? And they have stated to me that, you know, obviously this has not happened for a number of years, and anyone who knows Long Island, I'm certain the member for Fox Hill has an idea. Bahamas Air used to go right into Stella Maris in times past, and then it came a point where it just went into Deadman's Key up until present time. So our thrust is to ensure that Bahamas Air, listen man, I'm in here representing the people of Long Island. That's my priority. And so Bahamas Air's, we want to ensure that Bahamas Air returns to the north even after the Deadman's Key Airport comes in line, because the people of the north are also requiring that, and their belief is if you could come to the north in the interim, you could maintain the service in Stella Maris as well. Madam Speaker, even as we, you know, one of the things that Madam Speaker, one of the things that these junior members must know, Madam Speaker, is that whatever happens when you are a member of Parliament, that happens during your tenure as the member of Parliament, whether the FNM is in or the PLP is in. That is for you to claim. Absolutely. Madam Speaker, and I am certainly an advocate for my constituents. Through you, Madam Speaker, Tall Pines, the Roses Clinic, that concern with respect to roses. We still need the nurse to come there. That clinic, I understand that's now something that you guys have in your inventory. Obviously, you know, we use the constituency fund to help get that together. And that would service, I am advised, some 17 settlements in the Deep South. As you know, the Deadman's Key Clinic services 20 settlements. And then, of course, the Sims Clinic services 19. So that Roses Clinic would take some pressure off Deadman's Key and also help to deal, or help persons in the Deep South to have an opportunity to not have the community, or have the clinic in their community and get quicker service. Madam Speaker, I think with respect to health, one of the other concerns I have, Tall Point, and this is an ongoing concern, man, ongoing, but before I get to this, let me thank you. I thank you for the 2 doctors. I verified that you have sent 2 doctors to Long Island, and I'm grateful to you. Thank you. But, there's 2 residences, a doctor's residence and a nurse's residence in Deadman's Key, Long Island. And those residences remain in a state of disrepair. I believe that the Ministry of Health could avoid paying, or the Department of Public Health could avoid paying rents, because these residences, these are owned by government. They're already there. So no point in having the termites and the ants and the roaches and whatever take them over. So I would encourage you and invite you to embark upon urgent repairs of those. One resident is for the nurse, and one is for the doctor in that area. So that is something I think you should. It actually helps you. It helps your ministry. Huh? Well, just keep writing. Just keep writing to all points. But I'm saying to you, all points, given that that's a part of your inventory, your ministry's inventory, I think it's important to not have it just sitting there. And I've been one of those persons who've called for government to conduct an audit of all of these government buildings across these islands that where bushes are growing. Many of us in our constituency could cite one residence after another, or one residence or one building after another that is growing, okay, and could be used for another purpose. And I think that's important for us to do. And I would encourage you, North Andrews, to do the same. Go and have an audit done of your constituency to see how many of your government buildings are in the bushes that could be used by government or could be rented out to persons in the community for some other purpose. Madam Speaker, another health concern I have as it relates to Long Island relates to the morgue. And this is a matter I consistently raise to all points. To all points, I know you might think that I move to the beat of my constituents, and when they tell me jump, I got to say how high. And so their concern is you're having persons carried in the back of trucks and otherwise 40 miles or so to the clinic, right? And so, not to the clinic, to the morgue in Sims. And I believe the morgue cooler you've had in Long Island now to all points for more than a year. And I think it's important that that should not continue to be outside in the weather. This is the morgue cooler today. Someone sent me this photo today. This is this morning. Sitting there, I see you now put a tarp on it. But the proper place for this to be is actually in a space operating. And then, of course, this is the morgue condenser. Sitting, the condenser for the morgue sitting on a pallet outside behind the kitchen by the clinic. So this is not acceptable, This has to be resolved. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Once I stop my time, go ahead.
I'd like to start Long Island where you just end off with the morgue, which has been a vexing issue for us at the Ministry of Health for the last year. I want to let the people of Long Island know that a contract was awarded to get the work done. We have tried on 3 occasions and was unsuccessful, but I'm pleased to report that it is now complete and the contractor will be in New Providence to sign the contract and get the work done, and to ensure that this morgue cooler that was purchased larger than the manufacturer was ordered is now in a new building, and to resolve that issue once and for all. I'm pleased that you have reported the challenges that we can currently face with the closure of the Deadman's Key Airport when we repair that building, and your point to allow emergency services to continue is an excellent point. I would speak with the member of Ragged Island, Exuma and Ragged Island, along with my team, to see whether or not we could still use that strip for emergency cases. God forbid something happen on the island and have to move down to Sims and so forth. So that's one area that I'm interested in. The Roses Clinic, as you're aware, is now in the forefront. We had some issues with manpower resources. I was able, after about a year, to place 2 doctors permanent in Long Island to ensure that the residents of Long Island are well covered. You had a great concern about doctors coming in to do stents, and we have come to a solution for the problem that I think will be more long-standing, where the residents of Long Island can have a more working relationship with a physician and develop that rapport. There's a lot of things planned for Long Island in terms of EMT services, I'm glad that you recognize, because I got a text with the siren on from Long Island, and people say, Jesus, the siren on. So you see, we have listened to the cries of the residents of Long Island. I wish most of the times I could resolve them in the following day. It's a bit more complicated than that. But we do have an EMT specialist there. We do have the ambulance there. We do have backup that is working in conjunction with the Royal Bahamas Police Force. And the list goes on. And so I hear a cry for a second ambulance. But always take into consideration there are other islands that we're now getting ready to send ambulances to, simply because under the PHA Academy, we're able to train more EMT specialists. And they're doing their final preparations, and we're looking forward to deploy some of the EMT specialists on other islands so that our EMT program could be reflective across the archipelago, and individuals in far-flung southern islands will have the same EMT support as those in New Providence and Grand Bahama. The Sims Clinic, we need to do some additional work there. The road work is helping us with the chassis for our ambulance so that they don't break up in short periods of time. And so I just want you to know, and the residents of Long Island to know, that as you come here and state the case, we listen. My team is listening as you speak, and we do sit down and discuss where the challenges are, and when you bring it to the forefront, we do our endeavor best to respond. So I want to thank you for bringing it forward. The emergency service is very important. This is life and safety of people, and so it has nothing to do with politics. They are deserving, like every island in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we'll continue to support you the Member of Parliament and the residents of Long Island, and by extension, every island in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, through you, I thank the member for Tall Pines. However, what I want to say to Tall Pines is, with respect to the second ambulance, Tall Pines, there is that ambulance that was donated by Alive, as you are aware. If you could look into seeing if that can be repaired. Okay, you're trying to locate some parts. Yes. So either we can do that, or you can send in some temporarily. But in terms of your EMTs, Tall Pine, you could recruit them locally. We have a number of persons who have expressed interest. I am sure that you may have heard of the same, but if you send out some expression of some expression of interest, or something that persons could officially sign up and be trained, I think Long Islanders would do so. And, you know, it's good to have persons coming out of these communities because they live in the communities, they know how to navigate the community, they know people, etc. So that is something that I hope that we can discuss further as well.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to report that the EMT specialist in Long Island is a local girl, which is good. God bless her. Your request, we extend requests to all the family islands, because we're getting ready to do a third batch of EMT training, and we like residents in the relevant communities to be a part of the program so that they could be domiciled and have a vested interest in the program. So that will go back out again to our clinics to try to recruit individuals and train them for them to be redeployed back in their communities. Yes, the Alive ambulance has been reviewed by our mechanics. There is some parts that we're trying to find. The ambulance itself has some major challenges and could not initially meet the requirements for the medical legal component to put patients in. There's some issues with termites in the ambulance that has eaten up a lot of the wooden structure. But I have my mechanics reviewing it again. This is the problem with the purchase of used ambulances. Sometimes it's difficult to find the parts. This is one of those cases, but I will keep you informed privately about where do we find the parts. But I want to thank Alive for the gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, circumstances beyond our control, where the investigation and the assessment of the ambulance did not meet the medical legal requirement for our staff as well as patients to be carried. But with that being said, my team is looking at trying to find parts, hopefully to get it on the road.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, with respect to the roads in Long Island, right? And I'm not gonna be much longer, but respect to the roads, the roads are scarified, they've been scarified by the contractor. However, there has been no further work on the roads since the scarification. And persons are complaining about their vehicles being damaged. They're complaining about various issues as it relates to the road, sliding and accidents and so on. So we'd just like to have some kind of timeline as to when the actual paving of the roads would happen. Now, we've heard that there are issues as it relates to funding, right? But we want to know when the roads would actually, the paving of the roads would start, because we have now seen scarifying. It's been scarified for some weeks, but we haven't seen any paving thereafter. And we don't want it to be a situation where it just stays in that state. It's a danger as well. The member for Central.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Parliamentary.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the business of the House be continued beyond the 7 o'clock.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are the member for Central and South Eleuthera last night spoke to a few matters. I've gotten a copy of his contribution. I got a number of calls from my constituents. I got a copy of his contribution from the Hansard today. And I want to bring some clarification, some clarity. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the member asserted that in Russell Island, that we had not, or that was a part of the CDB project, or in the first phase. That is not so. That was never a part of the first phase of the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank loan. So he says here that the project was actually included in the first phase of the Caribbean Bank's loan, and we never did it. That is incorrect and not true. Secondly, Madam Speaker, with regards to the Family Islands strategic plan from the Water and Sewage Corporation, I think that the member also stated in his contribution that that strategic plan was in place from 2016. That is also inaccurate. That strategic plan came about in talks in Brazil and thereafter, and the IDB funded that plan to the tune of some $250,000, and it was completed by a company called Hydro Conceal in 2019. I'm going to table that plan in here tonight, Madam Speaker, and I do apologize. Last night, I had an oversight. I was supposed to table some documents, and I was leaving to catch a call from my son and forgot, but I intend to table those documents tonight. Madam Speaker, be that as it may, I want to clarify that particular item from the member's contribution. I also want to say that I concur with the member, having had my own experiences with Aqua Design, that I fully support them being booted out and the government coming in and taking over these plants because of the injustice that was being visited upon our citizens. No foreign-owned entity or any entity should be able to come in this country and be able to hamstrung and our people and hold our citizens hostage. None. And certainly not to try to use any electoral process or any election to further put their foot on your neck to force you into doing something. And that was a company I remember before the general election when they were threatening all these shutdowns. I said to my upline, I'm signing nothing relating to them. You'll have to sign it. You will have to sign it, but I am not going to sign it because I believed that that entity was not serving our country and serving our people, and their interest was not us and service to our people. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to reiterate that I do support the resolution, and that and in between the contributions of any other member, I'll get up and, in fact, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to, I undertake the tabling all of the documents at the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, Bahamians everywhere, good evening. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my Redeemer. Madam Speaker, as we stand at the beginning of a new year, I am drawn to the ancient prayer that closes the 19th Psalm. It is the prayer attributed to Moses, spoken at a moment when a people were trying to understand the meaning of their journey and the weight of the work before them. Let the favor of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish the work of our hands upon us. Yes, establish the work of our hands. Madam Speaker, this is not a cry for sudden miracles or effortless blessings. It is a request for strength, for steadiness, for endurance, and for the kind of divine favor that rests on genuine labor. It is a reminder that the work of our hands matters, that nations are built by hands that toil, hands that build, hands that repair, and hands that restore. And it is in that spirit, Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute or bring this debate to a close on the resolution. As we settle into this new year, Madam Speaker, I wish to pause for a moment of simple gratitude. The Christmas season has just passed, and many of us are still carrying the quiet warmth of those days spent with family. I am no different. I am deeply thankful to my own family, whose love, patience, support, and prayers make it possible for me to serve in this place. Their strength steadies me, and their sacrifices remind me that the work we do here touches real homes and real lives across our Commonwealth. I also wish to acknowledge the Honourable Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, whose leadership has guided us through another year of demanding service. I thank my colleagues in Cabinet and in this Honourable House, each bringing their own discipline and conviction to the responsibilities we share. I extend sincere appreciation to the members of the Boundaries Commission, who approached their work with care, reflection, and respect for the seriousness of the task placed upon them. Madam Speaker, I also thank the many disciplined and dedicated public officers who support this work in ways that are often unseen but never insignificant. In particular, I wish to recognize the team at my ministry, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal. Day after day, they apply themselves to the demanding work of restoring communities, rebuilding homes, and standing with the vulnerable. They carry forward the mandate of this government to uplift lives, to restore dignity, and to bring renewal where it is most needed. Their efforts speak quietly, but their impact is felt deeply across this country. In every corner of this system, Madam Speaker, there are hands contributing to the quiet labor that keeps our democracy moving forward. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the great people of Carmichael. The Christmas season created even more opportunities to be among them. I was in the streets, in the homes, in the yards, moving from one gathering to the other, sharing in the life of our constituency. From our farmers' markets to our holiday events, from community celebrations to the simple, honest conversations at the door. Those encounters reminded me yet again who I serve and why I serve. The people of Carmichael shape the way I see this work. They remind me that representation is never abstract. It is lived in the faces, the families, and the communities that open their doors with trust, with expectation, and with a belief that their member of parliament will stand with them. And Madam Speaker, I must also acknowledge the branch officers, the constituency team, and the many party men and women who labor alongside me with the commitment and quiet resolve. They are in the meetings, in the walkabouts, in the late night calls, in the early morning preparations, giving their time and their energy to strengthen the bond between representative and community. Their loyalty and hard work form part of the foundation on which our service rests, and I am very grateful. Madam Speaker, the work before us this evening rests on a firm constitutional foundation. The preparation of this boundaries report and the resolution before this Honorable House arise from the mandate set out in our supreme law, Article 770 of the Constitution, which requires that at intervals of not more than 5 years, the Constituencies Commission shall review the number and boundaries of the constituencies into which our Commonwealth is divided. It directs the Commission to be guided by the principles that the number of persons entitled to vote in each constituency should, as far as is reasonably practicable, be the same. It further instructs the Commission to consider the particular needs of sparsely populated areas, the realities of geography, the natural boundaries of our islands, and the practical ability of members to serve the people they represent. These constitutional provisions, Madam Speaker, give shape and structure to the report now laid in this Honorable House. They form part of the wider constitutional promise found in Article 1, which proclaims that the Bahamas shall be a sovereign democratic state, and they sit comfortably beside the ideals expressed in the preamble, which speak to our commitment to democratic values, to fairness, and to orderly government under the rule of law. The Boundaries Report, Madam Speaker, is therefore not an isolated or technical exercise. It is a constitutional duty. It is one of the quiet disciplines that keep our democracy upright. Madam Speaker, the work we undertake in this chamber today rests on a tradition that reaches back nearly 3 centuries. It was in 1729 that the first General Assembly of these islands met, marking the beginning of an unbroken parliamentary lineage in this archipelago. Through the passing of centuries, this institution has stood through change and upheaval. It endured the long era of colonial rule. It adapted through the great constitutional reforms of the 19th and 20th centuries. It carried our people through the march to majority rule and into the dawn of independence in 1973, and it remains still standing. What this history teaches us, Madam Speaker, is that our democracy has never been fragile. It has withstood storms that would have undone less resilient societies. It has survived global shocks, economic disruptions, hurricanes, shifting political tides, and moments when the very idea of ordered self-governance seemed to be in doubt elsewhere. And in all of this, the Bahamian people preserved one essential truth, that we are a free people with a right to shape our own destiny and to stand as a sovereign nation among the nations of the world. Our Constitution enshrines that right in Article 1, but our history lived it long before it was written. Madam Speaker, it is within this long tradition of resilience and ordered self-government that the Boundaries Commission has carried out its work. The report before us is a continuation of that tradition. It reflects a country that is still moving, still growing, and still reshaping itself, as every living democracy does. And the Commission's findings speak clearly to that reality. Madam Speaker, the Boundaries Report before us is the product of careful consideration, constitutional duty, and demographic reality. Across the Commonwealth, the Commission examined the population distributed as required by Article 70 of the Constitution, which insists that the number of persons entitled to vote in each constituency must, so far as is reasonably practicable, be the same. The adjustments set out in the report represent the practical application of that principle. On Grand Bahama, the Commission determined that Central Grand Bahama had grown beyond the desirable range. To correct this, shifts were made which strengthened West Grand Bahama and brought the overall number into alignment. Minor adjustments were made between Pine Ridge and Marco City to reflect movements in population. East Grand Bahama remained stable and required no alteration. In the Family Islands, the most consequential change was the establishment of the new constituency of Bimini and the Berry Islands. This was not a symbolic adjustment. It responded, Madam Speaker, to real growth in those communities and to the need for focused representation in a part of our country experiencing sustained development. To give life to this new constituency, Bimini was separated from Grand Bahama and the Berry Islands were realigned from North Andros. The resulting configuration provides clarity, coherence, and a more accurate reflection of the population as it exists today. Other Family Island constituencies, including Mangrove Key and South Andros, Exuma and Ragged Island, Long Island, North and South Eleuthera, Cat Island, Ram Key, and San Salvador and Michael, displayed stable numbers and therefore remain unchanged. In Abaco, the Commission addressed an imbalance by reallocating voters from North Abaco to South Central Abaco, ensuring that both constituencies fall within a fair range. Madam Speaker, on the Providence, the pressures of population growth were almost evident. Several constituencies in the Western and Central districts now contain far more residents than they did 5 years ago. The Commission responded by redistributing some of the more densely populated areas and, crucially, by creating the new constituency of St. James, of which I will be a part. The new seat reflects the reality of a rapidly expanding Western corridor and provides a more manageable structure for representation across this island. Other adjustments, Madam Speaker, were made when necessary to maintain geographic coherence and to ensure that members of Parliament can effectively serve their constituents. For the constituency of Carmichael, Madam Speaker, there are no changes to the boundaries. The final configuration, Madam Speaker, reflects 41 constituencies, 25 on New Providence, 5 on Grand Bahama, 11 in the Family Island. Structure follows substance, Madam Speaker. The numbers were not bent to convenience. The exercise was guided by the Constitution anchored in the data of the Parliamentary Registration Department and carried out in accordance with long-standing principles of fairness, balance, and orderly governance. Madam Speaker, with the boundaries report now complete, the next and most vital step rests with the Bahamian people. The verification exercise is underway, and it is essential that every eligible voter takes part. Those who have moved must ensure that their registration reflects the constituency in which they now live. Young Bahamians who have reached 18 years of age must come forward and register for the first time.
Yes.
These are not small matters. They are the foundation of a strong and credible election. Verification, Madam Speaker, is how we protect the integrity of the process. Registration is how we claim our voice. Participation is how we shape the direction of our country. When citizens take these simple but important steps, they secure their stake in the future and ensure that their vote counts exactly where it is meant to count. Madam Speaker, we know that the time is drawing near when the nation will once again be called upon to choose its course. Elections are not far on the horizon. In every constituency, in every home, and in every community, people are gathering to think about the future they want for themselves and for their families.
Yes, sir.
That choice belongs entirely to them, and it must be exercised with clarity, confidence, and full participation. The Boundaries Report, Madam Speaker, therefore, provides the technical framework, but the real work of democracy begins now, with the people preparing themselves to speak. When the election is called, their voice will decide the direction of this country. Their participation will determine what kind of leadership guides the next chapter in national history. And so, Madam Speaker, I encourage every Bahamian to complete the verification process, to register if they have not done so as yet, and to be ready. Because when the moment comes to choose, the power will be entirely in their hands. Madam Speaker, as the nation prepares itself for the moment of choice, it is only right that the Bahamian people take full stock of the journey we have traveled together over these past 4 years. For when the election is called, they will not be choosing between speeches or slogans. They will be choosing between two different records, very different records, two very different approaches to governance, and two very different visions of the future of this Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, under this administration, the Bahamian people have felt the weight lifted from their shoulders. We reduced value-added tax at a time when the global economy was tightening, giving relief to families when they needed it most.
Yes.
We raised minimum wage, putting more money into hands of workers who had waited too long for justice. We expanded the first-time homeowners exemption program so that young Bahamians could finally step onto the property ladder with hope instead of hesitation. We increased the real property tax exemption threshold, protecting middle-class families and keeping more Bahamians secure in their homes. These are not theories. These are the real benefits in real households across the breadth of this archipelago. Madam Speaker, we have transformed the physical backbone of this country. Across our islands, airports are being rebuilt, modernized, and made fit for the 21st century. Runways have been paved, terminals constructed, safety standards elevated to strengthen both national unity and economic growth. We have repaired and paved hundreds of miles of roads that had been left in disrepair for years. In healthcare, Madam Speaker, we have not merely patched holes, we have built, we have invested, we have acted with urgency and purpose. New clinics are rising where none existed before. Modern facilities are being constructed across our islands, and for the first time in our history, this government has advanced the construction of not one, but 2 hospitals, ensuring that Bahamian people receive care that is worthy for them. Madam Speaker, we have also strengthened the future. We have invested in education, empowering teachers, expanding programs, and modernizing classrooms. We have worked to improve healthcare outcomes, broaden mental health support, and rebuild a system that was left fragile and under strain. We revived the orange economy, providing creative Bahamians with new opportunities to turn talent into income, art into industry, and culture into sustainable livelihoods. And Madam Speaker, we have issued in a new era of land reform. This Parliament, Madam Speaker, under this administration, passed the Land Adjudication Act and the Land Register Act, 2 transformative pieces of legislation that move this country toward clarity, certainty, and justice in land ownership. It is undoubtedly, Madam Speaker, the most significant reform in generations. It brings thousands of Bahamians closer to secure title, bankable land, and inherited dignity. It restores all where confusion reigned. It strengthens families, unlocks financial opportunity, and modernizes the entire system of land administration.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, when we speak about land, we are speaking about dignity, security, and generational hope. And that is why what happened in Moores Island just days ago is so significant.
Yes.
More than 200 conveyances finally placed, Madam Speaker, into the hands of people who were long promised them, waited for them, prayed for them. For too long, Madam Speaker, families in places like Moores Island were left in limbo, holding promises but not titles. That era is ending. This government is delivering for our people now. We are cutting through delays that stretched across administrations. We are completing projects that others abandoned. We are giving Bahamians the one thing that transforms a family's future more than anything else: land in their own name.
Yes.
In the justice sector, Madam Speaker, we have strengthened our courts, expanded access, and modernized procedures. We have advanced reforms that reduce delay. improve fairness, and bring greater transparency to the administration of justice.
Yes.
A stronger justice system, Madam Speaker, means a stronger democracy, and that is the work we have undertaken with discipline and resolve. When the Bahamian people go to the polls, Madam Speaker, they will not be walking into uncertainty. They will be walking into memory. They will remember who reduced their taxes, who increased their wages, who expanded their opportunities, who strengthened their infrastructure, who improved their health care, who rebuilt their airports, who repaired their roads, who reformed their land system, and who restored their hope.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, nowhere is that memory sharper than in the area of housing and community uplift. Because in these areas, the difference between this government and members opposite could be no more striking. It is in housing and urban renewal that the contrast becomes undeniable, unmistakable, and impossible to hide. Madam Speaker, in the area of housing, the record of members opposite stands as one of the greatest failures in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. They dismantled the government housing construction program. They abandoned it completely. And for the first time in the history of this Commonwealth, an administration built no government homes, not one. That zero-house government, that is their legacy, Madam Speaker. They now come to this place pretending to have all of the answers on housing. They now speak as if they have undergone some miraculous transformation. They ask the Bahamian people to forget what they did and accept what they now say. They ask for another chance, Madam Speaker, and promise this time they will build thousands of homes. But, Madam Speaker, a government that built zero homes cannot credibly promise thousands. While they dismantled, Madam Speaker, we rebuilt. While they abandoned, we advanced. While they offered excuses, we offered solutions. Madam Speaker, the transformation in urban renewal under this administration is just as significant as the transformation in housing. We did not simply revive an old idea. We established by statute the Urban Renewal Authority, a modern institution with a clear legal mandate to strengthen communities, support vulnerable families, and lift the physical and social condition of neighborhoods across this country. This authority is functioning. It is on the ground. It is repairing homes, assessing needs, coordinating interventions, and providing the structured responses to pressing needs. Madam Speaker, this administration launched Clear, Hold, Build across our communities. And this is not cosmetic cleanup. This is not a photo opportunity or a weekend sweep.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
National best interest, Madam Speaker. I'm getting messages that listeners are losing the plot in trying to keep up with Carmichael. We are debating the boundaries report, and he's going through the record of his administration. We had a national address on Monday night. We don't need another national address now. The rules dictate that we stick to the debate topic, Madam Speaker. And I'm not asking you to forcing your hand, but it behooves me. It's my duty to bring this to your attention, bring this to the public's attention. That please, Fort Charlotte of all people, he would speak for 30 minutes now about the relevance, you know. Madam Speaker, if we could wrap it up. Some of us have young children to get home to. The national address has gotten no more impressive than when Cat Allen said it, when Golden Isles said it, when Nassau Village said it, and now the next young man standing up is Carmichael.
You know, Madam Speaker, I prepared to deal specifically with the Boundaries Commission alone, but it was the honourable member from Marco City and the honourable member from Long Island which took us all around the mulberry bush. So I thought it was appropriate, Madam Speaker, in this honourable House to inform the people, the Bahamian people, of the truth, their half-truths and mistruths, and I ain't finished with them yet. And since he opened that can of worms, I'm going to finish it tonight since it's late. Madam Speaker, The work of urban renewal, I'm not creating and if you're not acknowledging him.
What's the point of order? What is it?
Carmichael has previously in this House recognized that it takes roughly 3 years for a subdivision to get off the ground. The few homes that they built with the $20 million loan that was repayable in 3 years. Who gets a $20 million loan repayable in 3 years? Paid to the Carmichael Development Company, this unknown company. That's on a development that the F&M put in place. They couldn't begin homes on a 3-year development in their first year. So if he wants to now mislead the House, I'm going to keep standing up, Madam Speaker, when he wants to speak the truth. He was also a minister that's been shuffled out of the Ministry of Immigration, Madam Speaker, and now he finds his place in housing. And it took him months to come before this House and tell us about where the $10 million and the $20 million loan came from. Speak about that. The point of order is let's stick to the relevance. If we're not going to stick to the relevance, we're going to have this.
One thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to clink glasses with the speaker as you did on the last occasion. You left your seat. I've never seen that done in this parliament. And sometimes I question what it is that you're doing in this House and the level at which you want to do it. But don't go on this road tonight. Madam Speaker, the work of urban renewal is not limited to construction and cleanup. It extends, Madam Speaker, to the legal framework that shapes daily life in our communities. This government recognized the corrosive impact that the unchecked spread of liquor stores had in our communities. We acted, Madam Speaker. And when we acted, Madam Speaker, we amended the law to curtail, regulate, and reverse the unsustainable proliferation of liquor stores in our communities. That was what we found in urban renewal, and that is why we are in there and we are reversing it. This is what urban renewal looks like when it is taken seriously, Madam Speaker. It is strategic, it is sustained, it is tied to housing, tied to safety, tied to economic opportunity, and tied to quality of life. And through this work, Madam Speaker, we are increasing the national housing stock and bringing forward affordable homes in a way that is coherent, planned, and anchored in proper public administration. Madam Speaker, the transformation of our physical spaces is not cosmetic. It goes to the heart of one of the greatest challenges facing Bahamian families today, the cost of living. And on Monday, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister announced one of the most significant tools yet to address that burden, the elimination of VAT on food. Not a token gesture, not a symbolic list, but hundreds, Madam Speaker, of food items covering the staples that Bahamian families buy every single day. Madam Speaker, 72 pages of items which will be VAT-free. I hold this, Madam Speaker, this list in my hand, not a one-page document, not a handful of selected, chosen items. This is a comprehensive list. This is what serious policy looks like, Madam Speaker. Partial repeal, Madam Speaker, became silence, and then silence became the third and most significant flip-flop. Madam Speaker, let me just go back for a moment. The response from the opposition was one to dismiss it as a gimmick and to claim, unbelievably, that we somehow increased VAT from 0 to 10%. Madam Speaker, they know better. They absolutely know better. Because if we are going to talk about VAT, and they've done it on a number of occasions, Madam Speaker, and I want to put it in proper perspective tonight, then we must speak honestly. In 2014, when VAT was first introduced, the members opposite rejected it outright. They declared that they would repeal VAT. That was their pitch to the Bahamian people. Then came the first flip-flop. Repeal became partial repeal. Then the second flip-flop, partially became silence. And then silence became the third and most traumatic flip-flop of all. They increased VAT. Madam Speaker, when the members opposite increased VAT by 60%, the numbers tell the full story. VAT revenue moved from $2,426,518,500 to $2,645,592,181. That represents an increase, Madam Speaker, of some $219,073,681 in a single fiscal year. Now, Madam Speaker, why did I say that? Did they reduce the deficit? No, Madam Speaker. The deficit increased. They raised taxes, raised revenue, and still pushed the country further into the red. Their problem was not one of revenue. Their problem was one of mismanagement. And that is why I'm calling on the Bahamian people in this 2026, vote for this administration once again. And Madam Speaker, before they reach for their predictable excuses as they have done constantly and over repeatedly in this House, let us fix the timeline. These numbers are before Hurricane Dorian and before COVID. There was no national disaster to blame, no pandemic, no extraordinary shock, just bad governance and extraordinary failure. Madam Speaker, let us deal with this breadbasket fantasy too, that members opposite keep clinging to. Because it is a farce, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, the PLP cannot run away from the fact that they introduced VAT on the Bahamian people. They got voted out of office. The slogan at the time was, "Where the VAT money gone?" Carmichael now stands in here talking about fiscal responsibility. 7.5% to begin with was PLP. 4.5% was the F&M. Simple math. What's greater, PLP 7.5 or F&M's 4.5? Now, look at it. What's greater, PLP 7.5 or PLP 10%? I pointed it out in the House going through the annual budget, Madam Speaker, that since they raised VAT to 10% on everything, they collected $500 million more from the taxpayer, $500 million more a year. And what have they done for it? They have vendors that can't get paid. We were here debating yesterday. I don't know where Carmichael was. Where were you, Carmichael? No one cares. We were in here yesterday to debate a resolution to borrow $29 million. So you want to know where the VAT money gone? This government can't even pay its vendors. It can't even send chairs to MyCal, Madam Speaker. It can't even send chairs for students in MyCal. It can't pay vendors. It's got to borrow for water pipes.
The chair
Embarrassing.
recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
The outburst from St. Anne's is terribly wrong in this place, in the simplest form. The member, they drew all of what the closer in this debate is putting out. They drew all of that out on record and didn't adhere to any particular agenda and then complain about sticking to the agenda. The good member had to answer. And then they began to sell a false narrative and try to throw insulting jeers constantly from that seat, which is now very well known as unparliamentary, but as almost acceptable that anything is likely to come from that direction. Madam Speaker, I condemn that practice because it's only a matter of time before the member really goes beyond, far beyond the pale, far beyond the pale. He has crossed the line over and repeatedly. The good member is trying to close. And yes, we all have time and things to do, and the good member, as he has done before, if he cannot appreciate the contribution of the good member from Carmichael, then he can get up and leave like the rest of his colleagues. But don't try to interrupt the debate and talk about we have things to do. It's very insulting. And everyone here is put in place or has been put in place by their particular constituents. And I would dare also say that this rewriting of VAT, the whole process is well known to the country. And in its introduction, there was a process that the entire country agreed that it wasn't sustainable to continue customs revenue as the #1 generator of funds in this, of revenue in this country. And so it was done under consultation. The entire country agreed, and even the introduction was put in lower than other regions and other recommendations would have suggested. And so that was hailed as as it was going to be a failure by them, then they didn't appreciate that it collected more than projected revenue. And so to try and rewrite history in here is unbecoming of the member, but I dare say that it's a trend that he continues, but every time he gets on his feet and think that we are going to sit by and allow those days are gone. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
You know, Madam
Thank you,
Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just thought to just mention this point about this VAT, because every time we have these debates, it comes up, eh? But what is very interesting about this, Madam Speaker, is that the member for Kalani, he would have indicated that when he became the government, he would repeal VAT, right? I have the article, and I will table it if necessary. But he said he would repeal VAT, but they didn't repeal VAT, they increased it by 60%. And I challenge any of them on that side. If they think that it is so bad, then whenever they become the government in the next century, they could repeal it. But, Madam Speaker, let me go further with this VAT thing, eh? Because they've been telling mistruth or half-truth to the Bahamian people for too long, and I think we need to set the record straight here. They paraded around saying they reduced VAT on bread basket items as tax relief, when in reality, it was nothing more than a tax increase dressed up as compassion. Let me repeat that statement. They paraded around, Madam Speaker, saying that they reduced VAT on bread basket items as tax relief, when in reality, it was nothing more than a tax increase dressed up as compassion. If you wanted to cook fried chicken, Madam Speaker, under the F&M's plan, the oil was VAT-free, but they increased the tax on the chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Chicken went up from 7.5% to 12%. If you wanted to buy what Bahamian classic, the homemade chicken and fries, the oil was free. It was VAT. They reduced that. But both the chicken and potatoes, they increased the VAT.
And onions.
Onions too, and tomatoes. If you wanted potato salad, the eggs were free, but the mayonnaise, the potatoes went up. And if you wanted to bake macaroni, they zero-rated the cheese and the cream, but increased tax on the macaroni itself. So tell them to go down the road. If you even wanted to make chicken sauce, Madam Speaker, the dinner rolls were VAT-free, but of course, everything got better than the chicken sauce. You had to pay 12%. This is, Madam Speaker, I believe that we ought to ensure that
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
The honourable member for Carmichael is not being open with the public because he has not disclosed to the public that when they introduced VAT, they had 7.5% VAT on onions, on the chicken. They had 7.5% VAT on everything. The F&M came in and began relief on bread basket items. The F&M came in and began relief on bread basket items. They were taxing on everything. There was never any relief to any VAT until the F&M came in.
you see the difference is they were talking about, Madam Speaker, all along they've been leading the Bahamian people that they reduced, they removed VAT on all these bread basket items. But that wasn't the case. They were very selective, and the question remains, who and what and who were they selective to? But, Madam Speaker, we could go further, but the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, when all is said and done, our Prime Minister, our government, this Davis-led administration has said, we are now removing VAT on all food items. That is what is to be had here.
Zero.
Zero. Zero. Madam Speaker, and so, Madam Speaker, let me say that this Davis-led administration has compassion, and of course, we can see it with all that we're doing in our food stores and with all of our policies and programs. Madam Speaker, what we are seeing now from members opposite is repetition of their old playbook by St. Anne's, politics, the same patterns, the same promises, the same theatrics. They say everything and have delivered nothing. Remember, they promised to repeal VAT. They increased it. They promised to ease the cost of living. They worsened it. They promised homes and built nothing. They promised fiscal discipline, and they increased the deficit. They promised accountability, and they delivered confusion. Madam Speaker, the FNM has not changed. The slogans are new, but the behavior is the same. Promises without plans, word without works, ambition without ability, and now they are back, asking the Bahamian people once again to gamble their future on talk that never becomes action. But the Bahamian people do not have to guess. They have lived the difference. They have seen what happens when the FNM is in charge, and they have seen what happens when this government is in charge. Madam Speaker, what the Bahamian people are experiencing today is no imagination. This is not projection. This is work done. This is a record that touches every island, every settlement, every community, and every family. And so, Madam Speaker, as the moment of national choice approaches, I say this plainly. The future of this country cannot be entrusted to those who have already shown us what they are incapable of doing. The future belongs to those who do the work, those who build, those who restore, and those who deliver. Madam Speaker, we are sailing through treacherous waters. Around the world, nations far larger than ours are facing instability, division, and uncertainty. The tides of global change are strong, and the winds can be unforgiving. In a time like this, leadership matters. Steadiness matters. Judgment matters. And Madam Speaker, we are indeed very fortunate, because at the helm of this ship of state is the captain who steadies the wheel and when the currents are rough. A captain who does not flinch, does not panic, and who does not abandon his post. The Honorable Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, has steered this nation with calm resolve, with the experience earned from decades of public life, and with the discipline that these times demand. Madam Speaker, as we speak to this report, as we speak to the future of our democracy and the power of the Bahamian people, the message on this side is abundantly clear. Go with the captain who does not run the ship aground. Go with the leadership that has steered us through the storms, not the crew that nearly wrecked the vessel. Go with the steadiness over chaos, competence over confusion, and progress over empty promises. Madam Speaker, whenever the Honorable Prime Minister exercises his constitutional mandate and rings that bell, that message will remain the same. Carmichael supports this resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That's it, right? That's it. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I had anticipated making a contribution to this resolution, but I'm pleased and content with the contributions made by my colleagues. I just rise to say that in accordance with the Constitution, the resolution speaks to the draft order that was laid in the House, and that would now be submitted upon passing to the Governor General. Now, in between it leaving here and going to the Governor General, the Constitution empowers the Prime Minister to make amendments or change what may have been recommended by the report. But I stand to say that I'm appreciative of the Wake Up to Commission, chaired by yourself, Madam Speaker, And I want to thank you for guiding the committee.
Yes.
I want to thank Chester Cooper and Michael Dowell, members from Exuma Keys, Exuma and Ragged Island, and Tall Pines, respectively, for their assiduous and committed work to produce what they have. It's not an easy task, Madam Speaker, because the responsibility conferred upon yourself and the members of the committee is an awesome responsibility, which you no doubt took seriously, and the work produced is consistent with that seriousness with which you took your responsibility. I omitted to add thanks and congratulations to Justice Hilton, who is now Court of Appeal Justice Hilton, and I'd like to congratulate him upon his elevation to the Court of Appeal. And I want to thank him for her role played in this exercise as well. I heard the member from St. Anne's indicating that there may be some misdescription in respect to St. Anne's and Foxhill as they border each other, and where those lines may intersect, the descriptions may be in error. Well, suffice it to say that could be corrected, what we call the slip rule. And I'll invite him to point that out to me at some point. I would look at it, and if what you say is as is, the slip rule will correct that error that you may have pointed out. So, Madam Speaker, I so move that the resolution put is adopted by Parliament, and that the draft order be forwarded, submitted to the Governor General for her signing off and gazetting to enforce it as law as of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas, in accordance with Article 71 of the Constitution, the Constituencies Commission of the Bahamas, appointed under Article 69(1) of the Constitution, met and reviewed the number and boundaries of the constituencies into which the Bahamas is divided, and submitted to the Governor General the report of Constituencies Commission dated the 29th day of December 2025. And be it further resolved that a copy of the draft order approved by this resolution be submitted to Her Excellency, the Governor General, who shall make an order pursuant to Article 77 of the Constitution. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. We will now revert back to the order of business. Member statement. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say continued prayers for Jordan Clark. I texted him earlier today and he responded. I also messaged his mom. And all we could say is, God is good. This is a young man that was shot 8 times.
8?
8 times. And he had successful surgery, and we just continue to pray for a full and speedy recovery. Thank you. And I will be, for constituents, I'll be at my office tomorrow. I was in the House yesterday and today, but tomorrow we continue to meet with constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Foxhill.
Yeah, there was a murder in Foxhill this afternoon near my constituency office, and I just wanted to let everyone, I'm aware of it, know who the individual is who sadly is with us no longer. And The police are on the scene. Our constituency office officials have spoken to the parent, and so there'll be the necessary follow-up, but the police will be investigating. So my condolences to the family. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. And tomorrow, I want honorable members to be mindful that the family of the fallen Dr. Joaquin will be here. So let's show up in goodly numbers as we pay our respects to him and as he lays in repose, and also to the family. Thank you. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I renew all notices in the government.
Thank you, honorable member.
And I renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable members. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House at its adjournment rise on the 22nd of January at 10 a.m.
Second.
22nd?
That's a Thursday?
Jesus, what am I looking? I'm sorry.
Okay.
On Wednesday, the 21st.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 21st of January, 2026. As the many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned to Wednesday, the 21st of January at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 21st of January, 2026 at 10 a.m.